Okay, the Committee on Finance will come to order this morning. Welcome, everybody. This morning, we have several departments and judiciary. So first up is judiciary, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year every morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and Finance Committee members. I am Tom Mick, Head of the Policy and Planning Department for the Judiciary. With me today are the Administrative Director and Deputy Administrative Director of the courts, Rod Miley and Brandon Kimura, and other key judiciary personnel, which is most of the people here, so thank you. Before I start, I think at the end of your testimony tables on your computer, there's like a PowerPoint back there, so I'm going to be going through that. I'll kind of say, okay, slide or next slide. Thank you for the opportunity to present an overview of the judiciary's biennium budget and its related requests, its mission and functions, the effects of COVID and the economy on the judiciary, and how the judiciary has responded and moved forward through all this. I'm moving on to the slide on mission. As I think most of you are aware, the judiciary's primary mission is to adjudicate disputes brought before the courts and administer justice impartially, efficiently, and in an accessible manner in accordance with the law. However, that being said, the judiciary, like other judiciaries across the country, has been evolving and moving away from simply administering justice and adjudicating disputes towards being more focused on treating individuals and the causes of their problems, on trying to avoid incarceration and all that goes with that, and most importantly, improving access to its civil and criminal justice systems. To accomplish all this, the judiciary has two major program categories: court operations and court services. Court operations include our courts of appeal and circuit, family, and district courts on each major island, and our specialty courts such as girls' court, mental health court, veterans court, etc. Support services include the offices of Administrative and Deputy Administrative Director and 5 administrative departments: Human Resources, Intergovernmental and Community Relations, Policy and Planning, Financial Services, and Information Technology and Systems. These programs enable court operations to be conducted judiciary-wide and enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the judicial system by providing budgetary, fiscal, personnel, and technological support and guidance to the courts. In the end, these courts and programs all work together to safeguard the rights and interests of persons and other litigants by assuring an equitable and expeditious judicial process, whether it be for the general public or for a specific type of individual or case, such as for veterans or people with mental health issues. I'm going on to the next slide. With the onset of the pandemic, COVID and the pandemic in 2020, and the resultant adverse impact on business activity, tourism, and the economy, along with plummeting state revenues, the legislature had to take action to reduce overall state expenditures and balance the budget. The judiciary's share of this quote-unquote action was a $9 million budget reduction in fiscal year 20 and a $14.7 million reduction in fiscal year 21, which included eliminating or defunding the annual salaries of 192 vacant full-time positions. 12 full-time and 8 per diem judges were part of this defunding process. These actions led to significant expenditure reductions for POS contracts, pay, jury costs, GAL legal costs, or GAL and legal counsel fees, travel, and repair and maintenance. For the subsequent fiscal year, our fiscal biennium, that is fiscal years 22 and 23, many uncertainties still exist regarding COVID, the economy, the state budget situation, and the availability of federal stimulus funding. Accordingly, the judiciary submitted a flat budget request, that is, no new budget requests for fiscal year 22, and only 4 requests totaling $960,000 for fiscal year 23, just 0.6% of the judiciary's budget at that time. We are very appreciative that the legislature made no further budget reductions, honored our requests, and provided significant additional funding to the judiciary either through separate bills or through add-ons to our budget. These included monies for such things as collective bargaining increases, restoration of funding for domestic violence, purchase of service contracts, civil legal services, guardian ad litem and court appointed or legal counsel fees, a women's court pilot program, positions and funding for the Criminal Justice Research Institute, and an additional ICA judge and staff. During these 4 COVID years, with the various work, budgetary, and fiscal challenges faced, court operations and other related judiciary programs were initially disrupted, but then resumed, adapted, transformed, and moved toward providing the needed and vital service to the public and the community. Court proceedings returned, be it sometimes in person, sometimes remotely, or some sort of hybrid arrangement. Jury trials restarted with appropriate safeguards, and clients could once again be assigned to various treatment or other type programs or specialty courts. Through all this, the judiciary never lost its focus on access to justice and helping self-represented litigants to the maximum extent possible. As you can see on the PowerPoint slide, this could be in the form of specialty courts such as girl court or mental health court, or by helping self-represented litigants through such programs as self-help centers or the Volunteer Attorney Pilot Project. I just want to touch on a few of these because there's many different programs. The Community Outreach Court for Residentially Challenged Individuals was initially established for in-person meetings at various rural locations, but because of COVID, transformed into a hybrid model with remote video conferences also being used. Since its start in 2017, 470 individuals have completed the program. Over 7,600 cases have been cleared from the court calendars and are no longer active. Almost 800 bench warrants have been recalled, and some 5,600 community service hours have been performed by participants. Even more impressive is the number of people served at the judiciary's 6 courthouse self-help centers scattered throughout Hawaii. These self-help centers are staffed by volunteer attorneys who provided 3,000 in-person or phone legal consultations in fiscal year 22, and who have provided nearly 35,000 such consultations since the program began in fiscal year 12. Phone consultations, which began during COVID, became quite attractive because people would not have to take time off from work, find childcare, arrange transportation, or wait in line to talk to an attorney. A newer program is the Small Claims Online Dispute Resolution Pilot Project, where self-represented litigants can initiate a small claims case, pay or request a filing fee waiver, submit documents to the court, or enter into negotiation or mediation to resolve disputes online. The program was launched in July 21, and since then, 900 or 80% of the 1,100 cases that have been electronically submitted have been accepted for resolution into this program. The fact that some 55% of the online filings have occurred outside of normal business hours show that litigants like the convenience of this online filing. I also want to mention, or briefly mention, two other well-established programs that are not specifically access to justice, but to provide needed support for children and for medically challenged and generally older adults. The first is the Children's Justice Program, and it's children's justice centers that are geographically dispersed to meet the needs of children statewide. These centers are facilities where children who may be victim of abuse or witnesses to crime can be forensically interviewed by professionally trained staff in neutral, child-friendly settings. The mission of the program was just recently expanded to include investigating and managing cases involving child sex trafficking, commercial sexual exploitation of children, and other child maltreatment situations. In fiscal year 22, over 1,000 child interviews were conducted, and 2,000 children were served. In fact, since fiscal year 2011, CJCs have conducted more than 9,200 interviews and served some 16,000 children. The second program I want to mention is the Office of Public Guardian, which is appointed as public guardian as a last resort for incapacitated adults when friends or family cannot serve or are inappropriate. The professional public guardians strive to make informed decisions regarding the best interests of the person served and safeguard their rights, dignity, humanity, and quality of life as best they can. The active client count averages about 700 persons at a time, and of which, for fiscal year 2022, 407 were developmentally disabled. 157 were elderly with dementia or memory loss. 95 had mental illness, and 35 others either had brain injury or severe health issues. It should also be noted that just one OPG accountant has a very large workload in trying to oversee the financial affairs for some 400 of these people or wards or clients. Okay, this now brings us to our fiscal year 24-25 biennium budget requests, of which we have 37 for 8 new permanent positions and funding of $7.8 million and $6.9 million for fiscal years 24 and 25, respectively. These requests center around 5 areas: new facilities, new permanent positions, client services, restoration of funding for defunded positions, and some other miscellaneous but important priority items. Our first set of requests relate to the new Wahiawa courthouse that will soon be constructed and is scheduled to open in the spring of 2025, and the recently opened new and revitalized juvenile shelter, or juvenile services and shelter facility, Hale Hilanai, located on Alder Street and occupying about 30,000 square feet. For Wahiawa, funds are needed to procure position-related furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and to equip the new building with network circuits, phone lines, and other associated telecommunications equipment. For Hale Hilanai on Alder Street, we are requesting funds to contract security services, for common area maintenance costs, and for janitorial services by restoring funding for 2 defunded positions and a no-cost temporary to permanent position conversion for another janitorial position. Our next set of requests would be for 7 new permanent positions, 4 for a new district court judge and staff in First Circuit, 2 for tech bailiffs in the Third Circuit, and a no-cost temporary to permanent position conversion for the Children's Justice Center. The new judge would be part of a pool of judges on a rotational schedule to serve the 4 rural courts on Oahu, and would allow the district court to increase its capacity to serve the rural courts, expand and provide additional court calendars, and provide the flexibility to better manage court dockets and respond to the needs of court users. The additional bailiff positions for Third Circuit, or what we might call tech bailiffs, are being requested to help coordinate and manage the additional duties and requirements that go with setting up, monitoring, and overseeing remote and hybrid hearings. The temporary to permanent position conversion for the Children's Justice Center is for a forensic interview specialist, a position for which stability is needed, but which has turned over three times since 2018 and has been vacant since March 22, since potential candidates do not want to accept temporary appointments. We have 3 important client services funding requests related to guardian ad litem legal counsel services, mediation, and mothers on probation with children. Last year, the legislature added to our budget $2.3 million for guardian ad litem and legal counsel service, but for 1 year only. That funding was important for us in that it helped restore such funding that was cut during COVID, and it allowed us to better compensate and attract more qualified providers and provide children, parents, and guardians with the best representation possible. So we are asking that such funding be continued and added to our budget base. For mediation, the Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution POS mediation contract has been at $400,000 since 2009. It calls for mediation services for 3,100 cases, the contract does, but in fiscal year 21, there were 4,420 new cases, and in fiscal year 22, the provider opened 7,154 new cases, more than double the number of mediation services required by the contract. Thus, the request for $85,000. Lastly, the legislature gave us $200,000, or last year they gave us $200,000 for 1 year only for residential programs for women on probation that will allow minor children to remain with their mothers while in these programs. We feel that this program ties directly into the 3-year Women's Court pilot program that the legislature provided us with positions and funding last year, and thus are asking for funding to continue this program and expand it a little bit to such programs as clean and sober housing and therapeutic programs. Our 4th set of requests relate to restoring funding for 33.2 positions that were defunded during COVID and are essential and important to the judiciary and to the operation of the specific programs to which they are assigned. For First Circuit and its 14 positions, one of these positions is a circuit court judge position, the loss of which has resulted in each felony trial court division carrying an additional 33 pretrial cases, as well as picking up 123 Hope cases that were held by this vacant judge position. Funding restoration will help alleviate the backlog of jury trials, balance and reduce the caseload per judge, and allow for more efficient case management. Other First Circuit positions for which restoration funding is being requested include a social worker and judicial clerk who address the domestic violence matters, two social workers that support adult and juvenile community service and restitution, two social workers that support adult and mental health courts, a clerk for the Eva Waianae District Court, an assistant court administrator for Kaneohe District Court, which is the only Oahu rural court without a filled assistant administrator, and a clerk for Land and Tax Appeals Court, where workload has increased significantly from 2,981 filings and 6,623 cases in fiscal year 19 to 5,792 filings and 11,589 caseload in fiscal year 22. Again, this is almost doubled. We also requested restoration funding for two family court clerks that support family court judges, one IT support technician to help support the increased use of technology, and one accountant to handle increased financial workload. For Second Circuit and its 7.2 positions, a district court judge, a district court family judge, and a per diem judge are included in the request. The importance of these positions is evidenced by the fact that the Second Circuit diverted funds from other vacancies and operational needs to temporarily fill these positions, but that can lead to inadequate staffing elsewhere and delay other court processes or operations. Other Second Circuit positions for which restoration funding is being requested include a branch court administrator in Wailuku with significant and varying responsibilities, a district court clerk in Lahaina, without which various processing delays and other staffing issues have occurred, a judicial clerk on Molokai, which is just one of two positions on Molokai, and two social worker assistants who provide support for 11 juvenile probation officers and 9 other social workers involved with community service, restitution, guardian ad litem, etc. Third Circuit's 7 positions for restoration funding, for which restoration funding is being requested, include a janitor supervisor for the Hilo Courthouse and its 7 funded janitorial positions, an account clerk for the Hilo Fiscal Office, a district court clerk for South Kahala that is needed to support court operations and ensure adequate staffing for a court that had a temporary closure during COVID due to understaffing, 3 judicial clerks for Hilo, and a social worker that works in a unit supervising sex offenders. Fifth Circuit has just 2 positions for which we are requesting restoration funding. These are for a court documents clerk, where the 2 remaining clerks have struggled to keep up with workload, and a social worker was needed to help research and prepare detailed diagnostic reports and make related recommendations prior to individuals being sentenced for their offenses. Lastly, we are requesting restorative funding for 2 OPG or Office of Public Guardian social worker positions, 1 on Oahu, 1 on Hawaii, and an account clerk position. The need for funding for these positions cannot be overstated to ensure the welfare and safety for each person which OPG is responsible for, to determine and obtain all the benefits and placements to which these persons are entitled, and to avoid any and all situations which could lead to the homelessness of these individuals. Our last grouping of budget requests are unrelated but necessary. First, funds are needed for justices and judges' salary increases recommended by the 2019 Commission on Salaries and approved by the legislature. Next is the need for monies to replace the judiciary's accounting system, which is near the end of its useful life, has become unstable with frequent glitches and breakage, has critical functional deficiencies, and is no longer well supported by the vendor. Lastly, we have been informed by the DAG's risk management program, which is the self-insurance for the state, that our share of the risk management cost allocation for the state will increase by $260,000 for both fiscal years, 24 and 25. Well, that completes the discussion of our operating requests. CIP, our capital improvement program requirements, also remain a major item for the judiciary as its facilities age and deteriorate. And again, this is the end of the PowerPoint. It's about 7 pages for the CIP portion. As shown on the second page of the CIP portion of the PowerPoint, the judiciary is requesting CIP funding of $16.2 million for fiscal year 24 for 6 projects. Our first request is $775,000 for non-position related furniture, fixture, and equipment for the Waiua Courthouse, which must be ordered in fiscal year 24 to ensure receipt and installation to meet the scheduled spring 25 opening date. Secondly, we are requesting $5 million to replace 2 of the 9 elevators in Kahamanu Hali, which is part of a comprehensive fire alarm and modernization project to ensure the safety of employees and the public and meet all code and ADA requirements. These elevators are 39 years old, obsolete, break down often, and for which replacement parts are almost impossible to find. Our third request is for $4.15 million for the last phase of replacing the leaking roof at the Kauai Courthouse. Replacement is very important to remove potential health risks, preserve asset value and extend the life of the building, and provide for easier and more effective inspection, maintenance, and repair. Fourth is the need for $3 million to continue replacement of certain critical air conditioning parts at Iolani Hali, which houses the Supreme Court and is also on the historic register. The rapidly failing air conditioning equipment is some 35 to 45 years old and is contributing to poor air quality, humidity, and mold issues. On the PowerPoint, there are two pages with pictures that show some of the conditions in that courthouse. Next is a request for $300,000 to plan and design an air conditioning condensate discharge system from Ho'opili Hali on Maui to bring it into compliance with Maui County Code requirements and avoid any possible future permit delays for the building. Our last request is for $3 million in lump sum funding, is to provide the judiciary with the flexibility to address ongoing and urgent building needs statewide as they arise. So thank you so much. This concludes my presentation. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide you with a briefing today regarding our biennium budget, and we are all available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Before we go into questions, maybe you would want to introduce, a lot of members are new, and introduce the your team to the members.
Well, let's see. I brought a paper with all the team members here. Because I'm not sure who's here. Okay, you already went. Rod Miley and Brandon, and Nora. Let's see.
Maybe you can tell us what they do. A lot of well, there are a lot of people are new here.
Sorry for my back. We have Jade Chanao, where she's acting HR director today. So, okay, and we have Michelle Acosta. She's the first district court administrator, First Circuit District Court Administrator. Let's see. We have Joanne Prevane. She's the CIP person in our office, and yeah, we're meeting with your CIP people tomorrow. Let's see. Roland Lee. He's the head of the OPG, Office of Public Guardian. We have Dee Dee Letts. She's financial officer, CIP person, et cetera, at First Circuit. We have, let's see, Brooke Mamazuka. Yeah, we have her. She's Adult Client Services Branch Administrator in the First Circuit. Okay, we have Jasmine Malmakai. She's the head of the Children's Justice Center. We have Mai Nguyen. Where's Mai here? She's the head of our IT department. Let's see, we have Dwight Sakai, Deputy Chief Court Administrator, First Circuit. He's down Kapolei side most of the time, the family court side. We have Becky Sagawa. Oh, there she is. Okay, she's the head of our Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution. Okay, so we're talking about some of the mediation stuff. She's there. Let's see. We have Karen Takahashi. She's our legislative coordinator. She handles all the things that deal with it. I have a question. She calls. She does everything that deals with the legislature. Leave it at that. And Gary Taramai, he's my deputy department head and budget person. He has budget too. So I think, did I miss anybody? I think that's all. Okay. So thank you, Noah.
Okay, thank you
for
very
that
much.
opportunity.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, members, we're gonna go into questions. If you're gonna have somebody else answer the question, we request that they come up to the podium and speak into the mic for the broadcasting purposes.
Okay,
So, members.
I don't mind sitting
Okay.
down.
Okay. All right, members, questions? Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Chair. This question is about the CIP request for the Kauai district. Didn't we fund something already for
Yeah.
partial repair? Was it just a partial fix?
It was a partial. This is actually the third phase of
Oh.
that. This is phase 3, so it had already 2 separate phases. It's just a large project, and it's, we had to do it in phases. It was the best way to do it.
What do you think, because it's a fairly new building, right? So what do you think is the problem with that roof?
Well, there was many. It was built near the airport. There was no way to inspect the roof. It got they didn't build any way to inspect it, so they had no fall protection on the roof, no way to go up and inspect it. So they didn't look at that. There was hazardous. You get the fumes from the airport blew over that way, and the roof, how do I want to say it? The roof quality was not up to standard. Let me leave it at that.
So
Yeah.
whenever there was a leak, you'd find it after the fact?
Yeah, that would be
after
the
it
fact, yeah.
Did some
Yeah.
damage. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that very detailed report. Can't remember all of this stuff, but following up on the CIP,
Yes.
are all of your repair and maintenance, or do you have another list that says deferred repair and maintenance? Because some of your courthouse stuff, even down the street, at least in my tour recently, well, a couple of years ago, was in pretty bad shape.
That is correct. I think we have, John, it's about 70 million on deferred maintenance. Yeah.
So deferred, so you're not asking to clear that yet? You've
No,
asked for a small piece of it, is that?
Yeah, it is, and
Okay.
as you clear a portion, let's say, you get new stuff that pops up. So we try and address, and we're only, part of the problem too is the judiciary is only so big. You see the CIP person head, she's the CIP staff. So we have one person, and we also go through DAGS, and DAGS is overloaded with work as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every department has
Yes.
to a degree of deferred
Right.
maintenance, but just wanted to be sure. The other, how does the mental health court, how does that work? I don't, is that new, or I just missed that you guys created one?
It's been here for a while, yes.
And what does it do?
Well,
cross-examines legislators or something.
I think that's left for that columnist that runs the whole time. Okay, I'll let him explain everything for you.
I know
in
this,
detail. I've
Chair,
got
this is
some
outside the
information.
guardrails, I
I'm
know,
sure
but
you can explain it better than
this,
me.
this was the #1 priority in one of the other hearings. Mental health is so
Yeah.
key, we've got to know what you guys are doing.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So the mental health court, my name is Dwight Sakai. I'm the Deputy Chief Court Administrator of Client Services in the First Circuit. The mental health court that we operate, they supervise clients that have been identified as having a mental health issue that needs to be, when you supervise clients with mental health that are on court supervision, there are different strategies that we need to implement in order to help support them. So we work closely with Adult Mental Health Division with DOH. It's a specialty team approach, so it's a specialty court. We work with individuals with wraparound services, with housing needs, as well as working directly with the care providers that are providing whether it's psychological needs, whether it's therapeutic needs. So we're addressing them in that fashion. And there's a specialty court judge that solely presides over all of their hearings, and they see them pretty frequently, if not weekly.
Without seeing it, sounds like it's homeless court, in a degree. Are these clients in majority homeless individuals?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily.
No. Because some of these clients, what they do is they have support from the Department of Health. They're already involved
Okay.
with other state agencies that are supporting their needs. So they work with them.
So there's not a homeless court, or no, you euphemize it, it's called community something. You're still dealing with the homeless in some specific capacity, correct?
That's correct. We
What
have
is
the
it called
Community
again?
Outreach Court, Community Outreach Court.
Community Outreach Court. I know some of us wanted to know whether you could go to jail or go to treatment mental health-wise. Is that an option? I know that was talked about by some of us, but what do you guys do when you have the homeless who are mentally ill? What do you do? The facilities are rare, et cetera.
So, I can only talk about those that come on supervision with us. In terms of that, we continue to work with them. We work with service providers, community providers to help meet those needs. So we take a holistic approach to working with those clients.
Okay. And you got enough money to do that, right? Because we're not making much progress. We're slipping back, especially with COVID. And I noticed you had a $900,000 add-on for domestic violence. I suppose that's part of the whole post-COVID impact.
Yeah, the legislature, I think it was 2 years ago, restored
Okay.
funding for domestic violence. Yeah,
Uh,
it was cut during COVID.
Okay. My last question is kind of one of the major indicators of how well you guys are doing. The access to justice, the measurement of backlog. You mentioned backlog. How big and long is the backlog that you guys have got?
Well, I can't say, I'm sure it varies by court, it varies by program.
Which is the fastest, which is the slowest? Maybe that's a better way.
I'd have to get back, I don't know which is the fastest.
Yeah, which
backlog.
one? Traffic? No.
What does that mean? The fastest backlog?
I mean, to get in, get a court date and get out with it rather than waiting for months and sometimes years.
Yeah, I'm not sure, I don't know if anybody, Michelle, can you speak to that? Yeah. Michelle's the First Circuit District Court.
How do we compare with other states? Are we up, down, what?
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Representative, I'm not quite sure which backlog and the types of cases that you're referring to. I'm the Deputy Chief Court Administrator for the First Circuit, so I oversee court operations and court services divisions there. I think if we're talking about backlog and when people can get a hearing date, I would have to get back to you as to those specific types of cases and hearings. However, that's part of our request for additional judges and support staff so that we can process these cases in a more effective way and get folks a hearing date. So I'm sorry I don't have
Because I know in previous hearings there was justice delayed, is justice denied, and you put a number on it. But right now you have no number about how long somebody waits for a trial.
I don't have that with me.
Okay, that would be helpful.
But I can get back to
Big
you.
indicator of what's going on. Good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ayu, followed by Cochran.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the vacancy report on here, and, sorry, I'm looking at the vacancy report on here, and there's about 5 pages of open vacancies. Can you explain the open vacancies and your request for new positions?
Well, I think, the open vacancies are the ones near the end, is that correct? They're probably the defunded positions.
There's about 5 pages of not defunded positions, and then 5 more pages of defunded
Okay,
positions.
it's just, part of it's timing, without looking at the report, you have vacancy dates, and it takes, let me put it this way, it's much harder to find in these days, people to apply and that are actually qualified to fill your vacant needs. We've found that, I've got a couple that are open myself, and I just had a note today that said, first of all, we had no internal applicants, and then we had 7 external applicants, none of which were qualified to even, and that's a division head for me that I don't have. But, each program has got their differences. I think on that list you'll see a lot of social workers. Social workers are very difficult to find, to get enough of, and I think that's actually been highlighted in the papers recently too. I can't remember Civil Beat or the Advertiser, but Star Bulletin, but yeah.
I think the concern is you're asking for all these new positions, but you can't fill the ones that you already have, so.
Yeah, this is a district court, a judge position, I'm sure we could fill. I understand your concerns, but.
And there's about 10 per diem judge vacancies still?
Oh, there's a lot, yeah, there's more. We asked for 1 on the outer island, I think, and that's all. Yeah, you still have the different ones there, but we didn't ask to restore the funding for any of those.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe about the current ongoing work in front of the circuit court building?
Okay. Dee Dee, maybe. Yeah. I think we're just talking about it this morning. Yeah, so.
Could you repeat the
Oh.
question?
Well, the ongoing work in front of the circuit court building, can you describe what's going on and how long that's
okay.
gonna take?
Yes, we have underneath that is parking and our IT room, and it was leaking on the IT room, which could have taken the whole court down, so we got funding to start that program. Unfortunately, we have had some setbacks with the contractor. They did an original pour on the concrete, which DAGs turned down, so because of the quality, so they had to chip it up and waterproof. So that project is now estimated to be finished in March of this year.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Cochran.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Judiciary, for being here. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of the person who would have more information on the Center for Dispute in reference to mediation. And I heard the figure of $40,000 since 2009, and so now with over 7,000 cases being mediated, you're asking to maybe double it to 85?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Yeah,
I
the
heard-
original contract since 2009 has been $400,000. And yes, the caseload has doubled by the new filings. We're only asking for 85,000, so it's not double. It's not 850, just 85,000. Yeah.
Okay. As a former mediator in Maui County, and I just want to say that mediation is something, mediate, don't litigate, and alleviates the calendar for the judiciary, and just it trickles down to less, of course, So I'm just, how much of this will be, is it allotted, is there a breakdown of sorts to what may be going to the county of Maui or statewide? Any details of that sort? I think we need to come up to the podium and to the for YouTube purposes. Thank you. Because I'm wholeheartedly in support of mediation over litigation.
Thank you. So our POS contract is a statewide contract, and currently our provider is the Mediation Centers of Hawaii. And they're an umbrella organization of all the community mediation centers, of which Maui Mediation Services is one. So we give the lump sum to MCH, and within themselves, they discern how they portion out to each center.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, Chair, as Maui County incorporates Lanai and Molokai, we would, you know, travel to those islands.
Correct.
So this,
They
is-
cover Lanai. Maui covers Lanai.
okay, Molokai.
And
There's no
Molokai.
full-time person there at this time?
The Molokai Mediation Center was closed back, I think, in 2009. They have to shut down because the POS was cut. So they actually had to shut down, and then Maui took over for them.
Okay. And just thank you for your upgrades to Ho'opilihale Courthouse in Wailuku. So, mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Members, Representative Takamiuchi.
Hi, is there an update on the status of the Criminal Justice Research Institute and their database work that they were doing?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Brandon Kimura, Deputy Administrative Director of the courts. So, Dr. Erin Harbinson is the director of the Criminal Justice Research Institute. For your members, this is thanks to the legislature passing legislation a couple of years ago, and the idea is that this institute, which is housed in the judiciary administratively and attached to the Chief Justice's office, would set up a database to bring together data from a variety of agencies for pretrial defendants, so that we would be better able to understand what's going on and be able to provide policy recommendations. So Dr. Erin Harbinson has been running the institute. The legislature initially provided funding for a director, for 2 researchers, and for an assistant. So one of the researchers has been hired and is working away. They're moving forward on kind of putting the pieces together, and I believe this year they'll be coming in separately to seek a little bit of funding to continue to move forward their establishment of the database. So as written in the statute, that is the primary and initial mission for the Institute, to get the database up and running and established. So they've been working, meantime, with a lot of partner agencies, including Department of Public Safety and the Attorney General's, to better understand the requirements for the database and sort of plan how it'll work and how put the pieces together. So it's moving forward, and I believe there'll be a separate bill this session to seek a little bit of funding for that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi.
I'd like to go back to the question related to mediation, Representative Cochran's. If you had more money put into mediation, would that then divert cases from the courts?
Good morning, Representative Rod Miley, Administrative Director of the Courts. We have a master contract for all mediation, and mediation is a component in all of our court cases. We have landlord-tenant mediation pursuant to court proceedings. Certainly, mediation is utilized in every opportunity, and if more funding were made available, then yes, we could extend that to more cases.
What would be the, shall we say, cost benefit? I mean, say you add money in terms of multiples of $85,000 to mediation, what would be the reduction or diversion on the court side?
Well, for every case that would be an active mediation would be one less case that the courts would be dealing with until mediation is completed or unsuccessful, and then come back to the courts. So it's almost a one-to-one.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Mayu.
Just to follow up on the mediation discussion, how does, the court doesn't process or send parties to mediation until after the claim is filed? That's correct?
Yes.
So the court is still managing claims or just having them on calendars until mediation is completed?
Yes.
So we're not really looking at a reduction in amount of cases?
Well, pending cases as opposed to cases that require active management, appearances in front of the judge, support services, for those kinds of things. So case would basically be put on hold while the mediation process completes itself. And then if it's not successful, that it comes back and then the case is reestablished.
Okay, and just a basic overview of the cases, can you give us an idea of how many cases per year are filed in particular courts, or how many are landlord-tenant, how many are, and are we seeing an increase post-COVID in certain cases, and what cases are those?
Okay, if it's okay, Chair, we can report back to the committee with that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Representative Kobayashi, followed by Ward, followed by Garrett.
We have a budget document from the governor that mostly is a skeleton and kind of like work in progress, awaiting the governor's state of the state message when we expect some 10-digit add-ons. That is the largest add-ons that I can ever remember. Is your present request similar? That is, would we expect add-ons when the Chief Justice does a State of the Judiciary
No, sir.
address?
No, our budget is complete as it's presented.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Was there a supplement to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna point out this is our budget request, it's a program financial plan, and I think it's been delivered, I know it's been delivered to the legislature, and I think to all the legislators on this, in that it describes each of our budget requests in more detail than I gave, and, we don't usually, this is it, you know, we work hard to get this, and we don't go any further after that. I don't expect the Chief Justice to say, all of a sudden, we need, I mean, he'd like more, but that's not his purpose in his state of the judiciary address.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
In the earlier presentation, it was mentioned that the judge's salary increase, which is automatic, is due. Did you guys not get a January 1 increase? We legislators and all of us are out together. So you want another one, or you got one? So would we all.
Remember, January 1 is the year we're currently in. We asked last year for this current year, but now we're asking for, we have to get, another one is due on July 1st.
But it's automatic, right? Or you're saying it's not in the budget even though it's
It's not in
automatic?
our budget, yeah. We don't automatically get it. I mean, we need the money to do it, otherwise we have to pay it out of high.
So
Nobody
let's-
gives it to us. There's no separate bill.
That's 2023, there's a bump?
Yeah, there was July 1, just.
Does that include people in this room? Us? I was not aware of that.
Yes, they said January
but-
1st this year, 10 days ago, whatever it was, yeah.
And, excuse me, Chair, this is really outside the boundaries. Unless you want to add to that, Mr. Miley?
The budget request that we had last year was in anticipation of the change effective January 1. So it's for a partial part of the fiscal year. The request that we're making for this biennium would be the adjustment that would be made on top of that. So not the January, but the July 1, 2023.
But it's in keeping with what the Salary Commission has recommended.
Yes.
I mean, we're all kind of bound by what
Yes.
they've said and done. Okay, good. I'm clear on that. Thank you. Chair, my apologies for this one. It's kind of out of bounds, but because I see Representative Takayama here. Do you guys have a position on a new prison or anything regarding that? Construction or renovation or location? Anything you'd care to say about the new prison, if at all?
At this time, we'd be working with the Department of Public Safety and the other folks that are involved. We don't have any specific recommendations or positions.
Available for helping rather than leading. Okay, good, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, this is a non-budgetary question, so ask for your indulgence, but is the judiciary still utilizing telework for its employees?
Yes.
Okay, and have you found that to be a pretty effective retention tool? I know Representative Ayu had a lot of questions about vacancies, but.
Retention and recruitment. But again, it has to be the kind of work that's appropriate for remote and For example, a lot of our court positions, you really have to be present to fulfill those duties. Other ones that can be done remotely, we've authorized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you
Followed by
again,
Member
Chair.
Gall.
And I just wanted a little more detail on the women's court pilot program and how that's working, where it's at, and looking to expand something like that. It sounds like it's helpful to us women.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Brooke Mamizuka, Probation Administrator.
Hello.
And the Women's Court program is moving forward. We did get our first working supervisor hired, and we have, we started our policies and procedures, our workflow. We have an appointment of a judge that is devoted to women, and we're starting our screening for our first clients.
Wonderful. And sorry, this is located where?
It will be at Kaumanuhale at 777 Punch Bowl.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be watching the pilot program and hope to expand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your work.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Markell.
Thanks. My question is about not so much remote, but electronic filing has happened since COVID, I guess more so now. Is that going to be able to continue now in the future?
Our electronic filing system is now part of the judiciary case management system, so all the filings are done electronically.
But that wasn't something that was allowed prior to COVID, or maybe
We
one of
were moving in that direction, and we just recently completed the final major block, which was our family court cases.
Yeah, good. I mean, I like it because I can be here and still submit my documents on Go By, which is awesome. So, yeah, I'd like to see that continue. Thank you.
And it will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any other questions? Representative Ayu.
Thank you. Just following up on Representative's request, is the electronic filing system going to be open to the public? Is the public going to electronically file claims online?
There are opportunities for unrepresented litigants to file. Sometimes not initially, but through the process, there are opportunities.
Okay. Can you explain what those opportunities are? If we're talking about access to justice, then.
Okay. So our online dispute resolution system, for example, all of the documents are submitted online by the parties. Many of them are not represented either side. And from that standpoint, it's less technical, so it's basically uploading images as opposed to more specific court forms.
Okay. But if I'm like a landlord or a tenant responding to a claim, I can't file electronically online answers or complaints, or if I'm unrepresented, I'd have to come to court and file them in person?
Unrepresented litigants are able to e-file, electronic file. They would need to register as e-filers, so attorneys are mandatory electronic filers and unrepresented litigants are not. So if you are an unrepresented litigant, say you're a landlord, you're representing yourself, you can e-file, you would register for the program, but then you would need to commit to the electronic filing system. So you would get your notice and then continue to file in that manner. For those who are not as savvy, the option is to conventionally file at our legal documents so that you would have some help through our navigation systems, our court services, to conventionally file. So that is an option.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any further questions? Okay, I have a quick question. So the Hale Hili Nai, the Alder Street project, that's something new, right? Where we went into an agreement with HST, put that together and everything like that. So, and it was your parcel, and and this is just a hypothetical because when I'm looking at this, I saw CAM charges. So my assumption is that there's a third party managing the building, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but it's your building? Okay, your land and your, so, right, it was yours. Okay, so my question is hypothetical. What if you don't pay the cab? Did they kick you out? Because it was yours.
I could say that the judiciary would not default on our contractual obligations. We would make sure that we fulfill them. But
Okay.
that would certainly create an interesting
Right,
situation.
it would, because it's yours, so I'm just wondering, how would that work? Because it's the first, well, yeah, I think it's the first of its kind, right?
So I'm sure what would happen is if there was a dispute between the folks that are the developers and the folks that manage the property, we would take appropriate
Yeah,
measure.
I understand. Okay, thank you very much. Just saying that it's new, so. Okay, members, thank you very much for being before us. We're gonna recess and get set up for the next one. Thank you very much. Committee on Finance will reconvene our public briefings. Next up is Office of Foreign Affairs.
Aloha mai kako, Chair,
Aloha.
members of the Finance Committee, and especially the new ones. We welcome you, and the experienced ones that I know will train you. I'd like to introduce the trustees that are present this morning. With us is our Vice Chair of the Board, Trustee Trask, our Chair of the BAE Committee, Beneficiary Advocacy, is Trustee Akaka. Trustee Alapa is the Vice Chair of the Resource Management Committee. We have our at-large Chair, Keli'i Akina.
Aloha, representatives.
And our at-large new one too, Trustee Souza. So it's our pleasure to be here this morning to answer questions, to make a brief presentation, and we thank you for having us. At this time, I'd like to turn the time over to our CEO, Dr. Sylvia Hussey.
Good morning, representatives. Good morning, Chair Yamashita, as well as Vice Chair Kitagawa. And just in case we didn't know, that was our board chair, Carmen Hulu Lindsay. Dynamite comes in small packages, as she reminds us. We have here in the room as well our Chief Operating Officer, Casey Brown, as well as our Interim Chief Advocate, Captain Poi, to be able to help field any of the questions that you may have. We did provide our briefing package to you this year, which may be new to people, but our budget ask is just $3 million. It's a continuous collaboration with the state that we have, and we match those funds. And so unlike other states that have, position counts and things like that, our ask is strictly for $3 million. It is in Program ID 175, which is the beneficiary advocacy line, and there are no positions or salaries associated with that. So as a result, on page 17, you will find, as well as Appendix A, you will find the breakout of the actual drafted bill. And the tables in page 17 just outlines the very top lines and top notes of the bill. And again, we'll start with the top, occupancy ready. This is to provide, the board approved in this past year. This was a provision that was provided in the 22-23 budget, $500,000 from the legislature and general funds, and the board matched with $1 million each year. And then we go out for competitive grant solicitations for the $3 million together for occupancy readiness. And that means helping our beneficiaries with down payment, costs for permitting if they're building, getting into first security deposit, first and last month security deposit so that they can get into housing. The solicitation, as an example, outlines the housing ladder and where the gaps for Native Hawaiians and Hawaiians are, all the way from unsheltered to full home occupancy. So what we try to do is try to target where Hawaiians are most at disparate and then put our dollars there and have a contractor provide that. So that's the first line. Social services, that dollars that we match is for emergency financial assistance. And as you can imagine, in the pandemic, there were a lot of emergencies, primarily mortgage, back utility, auto repair, funeral, to help families be able to meet those emergency needs. With all of the federal dollars circulating, as you can imagine, there were a lot of federal dollars there. And so our modest amount for our beneficiaries is $2,000. It's really just to stem 30 days so that other more long-term funding opportunities and supports can be provided. But that is what emergency or the social service dollars are targeted for. Education as well. Separate from education, the board prioritizes Hawaiian-focused charter schools, and so they have a separate line item to support the charter schools. So these education funds that we match go for nonprofit organizations who are operating community-based, culture-based education programs in our communities. Legal service providers, those are provided for through a contractor for anything from, this year we're adding in the bill new supports for family and social services. And so it was an interesting and enlightening reason that I wanted to come in earlier to hear the judiciary and to hear some of the projects and efforts, because we feel that with our social services proviso, we could have some very informed and collaborative efforts for our beneficiary families. The additional new proviso in there is also what is termed home retention. We have a number of beneficiaries who are unable to retain whatever homes, and whether that's through the DHHL as a lessee or just regular community, often our families have run into inability to meet their lease requirement, threatened with lease cancellation, and just unable to navigate the various processes that are needed to be able to retain their home. Successorship, as you can imagine, with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, there are successorship issues. There are, percentages in process, and that process is often very difficult for our beneficiaries to navigate. So we want to be sure that there are supports to help them navigate to be able to retain homes. The second to the last line, INA, we already have INA grants, and these are grants that help to support the practices that are going on in our communities regarding INA, whether that's fish ponds, water management, land management. Our people have always been stewards and data collectors and researchers, and so these grants are meant to be able to continue those practices and uplift those practices that are already going on in our communities. So the addition of the climate change name, all that is to align the federal. There's a lot of dollars on the federal coming in for climate change, particularly in Native communities, as well as state, on the front page the other day, commitments. So all it is an intentional indication that additional general funds at the state level to go to our beneficiaries will uplift practices that are already occurring in our communities. And then last but not least, the Ohana Economic Stability. Those grants are to help families make ends meet, whatever that looks like. If they are off the grid and are providing for their family, or if they are having a economic venture or business in the homestead or business in there that helps to provide, these economic stability grants are designed to help families make ends meet no matter what that situation is and what those choices are for that family. So in highlight, those are the asks of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. What is also in the briefing materials in the additional section are just operational updates. The board and administration have been working very diligently on governance and policy work. You will also find in the appendix the follow-up report for the CLA engagement that was completed by the board, and thanks to the legislature for funding that follow-up work. That work is completed. The links are provided. They have been posted on the website, and the board is actually meeting tomorrow on the agenda to discuss that particular report. So those materials are also in your briefing materials. You will also find in the briefing materials that we have complied with all the tables and schedules, but what you probably don't see is what you might expect, which are vacancies and positions. And because none of our asks are general funded, so none of that information is on those schedules. However, if you go to the top of page 25, you will see OHA's context post-reorganization. So by December 30th, 2021, OHA completed all of the reorganization separation activities. Our count went from 179 positions to 153. And of that 153, you will note at the top of page 25 that we're still experiencing almost a third vacancies in that, which doesn't surprise, I'm sure, anybody. What the further analysis is that 16 positions are due to the reorganization positions. So about 10% of that vacancy is due to reorganization positions that are not currently filled. The balance of that is just what we call regular attrition, people leaving the organization, but we having difficult time filling positions. And so what we have modified our approach to resourcing is contracting to the extent that we aren't able to fill the positions. There are some positions that contracting works very well with, and there are other positions that contracting is good for a short time, but long-term, we want to fill those positions with personnel. And I would say the priority positions for that kind of work is in public policy, as well as our grants positions. Every other position that's short, accounting, HR, IT, those types of positions lend itself for contracting fairly easily and more scalable. So that's sort of our method to the madness as it relates to personnel. The appendix will be, Appendix F, I believe, is all of the Appendix E are all the org charts. So you can see from the board suite all the way to finance, legal, HR, where all the positions are, what the position names are, where the reporting hierarchy and lines are. And then if you have any questions, of course, please ask. But with that, Chair and members, we're open to any of your questions and have all of the smart people here and here to answer all of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Any questions? Representative Ward.
Everything is factual, except maybe that last statement.
What?
Well, try on my question, for example. Well, first,
Okay.
I want to commend 6 of you showing up. You followed the governor's example. He personally showed up. And the fact that you 6 show up, you're doing us great honor and a great favor by doing it. So it's very impressive, the way that you've done this. It's very, very nicely.
Thank you, Representative, for recognizing that. I appreciate that because I think it is a demonstration of the closer collaboration that administration and the board has. And so we appreciate that the trustees are here in support of administration and our ask as well as our work. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Speaking of collaboration, the fiscal relationship that we have, you said you do matching funds. Is it 1-to-1? I heard at one point it was 1 point something.
So initially, it's 1-to-1, but on the housing proviso, they match a million to the 500,000. So in the 3 million ask, we will match 3.5 million.
So it's good leverage doing business with you guys.
Yeah. So I would say 3 million may sound modest, but the demonstration over the last at least decade, probably longer, is that it's a collaboration. It's common constituent, common beneficiary. So yes, maybe it's small, and maybe, whatever you make up about that. But for us, the 3 million ask is very important because it demonstrates a continuing collaboration with the legislature on common constituent and beneficiaries.
Thank you. I have a question later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, Representative Kobayashi, followed by Cochran, followed by Kahalua.
Last year, the office got a very large increase, or increases. Have you readjusted your goals and your strategic plan in light of that?
Thank you.
I mean, I would assume that you have a regular schedule for revising, say, your strategic plan. I mean, you don't revise that every year normally.
Correct.
But given the circumstances of the budget increase, it might be worthwhile to do a change in whatever document or goals or strategic plans that you have.
Sure. Yes. You're correct. The strategic plan doesn't change. The tactical directions don't change. But the underlying operating budget did change. So in July of 2022, as soon as Act 226, or the bill was codified by the governor, The following month, in July, the board met in both the Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment Committee as well as the Resource Management Committee to codify a number of things. The first action item that was approved by the board codified the increase in the annual amount. So budgets were based on 15.1 million in public land trust revenues, and now the fiscal year 22, that amount would be 21.5. So budgets needed to be adjusted for that. In addition, the determination of the lump sum amount of 64 million needed to be addressed. And so the board addressed that and approved that it go into the Native Hawaiian Trust Fund so that it can be there available and strategically available when actions come before the board. So they did
I
that.
think that's the point. I mean, it's good to always have a large trust fund, but I think the purpose of the money was not to increase the size of the trust fund, but to increase, results and help beneficiaries.
So agree, it's placed there so that it earns what it needs to earn, and it's also then subject to the spending policy there. So to just take 64 and say we're going to spend 64 prudently for long-term on the endowment is not a good strategy that at least administration is recommending and that the board has agreed. So placing it there until it's strategically ready to be deployed, subject to the spending policy of the trust fund, is an important policy matter that the board addressed in July. Now it's now in the construction, apologies, go ahead. In the construction of the fiscal year 24-25 budgets, which is coming up and will occur before the end of the fiscal year, it is administration's responsibility to come back to the board and identify all of those tactical waiting in the wings, if you will, and then identify what makes sense, when to spend, what sequence to spend, what purpose to spend, based on our current understanding and our current.
So your current plan is still in the works, and you will very shortly approve new projects to spend more in next fiscal year, is that right?
So it is our responsibility to bring back to the board those recommendations for spending, whether it's more grants, whether it's capital, whether it is investments in our legacy land portfolios, all of that, including more people. So that's our responsibility to bring back to the board all of those moving pieces to strategically over the next 2 years ensure that we're being strategic in that. Because in the same point, our 15-year strategic plans have 3-year check-in points. Yeah. So every 3 years, we check in and say, okay, so big strategies don't change. Granting doesn't change as an example. But the tactics around who we grant, how long, what collaborations we enter, which isn't a grant, it's a direct, sort of engagement with that. Those kinds of activities need to have much more thoughtful, and that's our responsibility to bring back to the board.
And those decisions are yet to be made sometime this fiscal year.
They will be made,
Thank you.
they'll at least be put forward to the board before the end of the fiscal year, preferably early June. Just operationally, there's a lot of back-end budget stuff that needs to be done.
Thank you.
It also includes, I apologize, Representative, it also includes a community outreach. So we also need to take the budgets on the road to all of our constituents.
Thank you. Representative Cochran, followed by Kahaloa, followed by Kila.
Thank you, and thank you, OHA trustees, for being here with us this morning. I was glancing at this article I think you folks brought to pass out, and it references the Act 15 passed in 2012 for Hakuone Kaka'ako lands, and I guess 2012, we're now in 2023, and the question is saying it's been unfulfilled and undone and unpaid. So can you elaborate on that and how as us legislators can assist to accomplish this? Because
refer to my article now. You refer to
So-
this article?
Right, yeah.
Oops,
Stay there.
phone.
Stay here, Sylvia. Aloha trustees.
Yeah, we just.
I mean, aloha representatives. I'm only a trustee now for 6 months. Coming in, I decided to do due diligence because my first trust obligation is to marshal and inventory the trust assets of my peoples and to address how best to maximize their use. This is a legal obligation. It is not only mine, the full board and yours as well. When we revisit Kaka'ako and look at the situation we're in, the state of Hawaii has never undertaken a full inventory of the ceded land trust. It was not done in 1959 and has not been done to date. In terms of what happened under Act 15, there was clear knowledge that there was significant toxicity there. An estimated price of $200 million was put on it without a due diligence. It's the kind of management that, in my estimation, is a breach of fiduciary obligation. What we need to do is to try to balance the huge needs of our peoples with the entire trust obligation we have. When you look at the budget, certain things go directly for services. We need to maintain it. But we cannot allow another 10-year period to go with a capital asset like Kaka'ako not being developed. And that is why you're kind of seeing a bifurcated approach here. When I look at what happened, we all know what happened with Act 15, and it was fought tooth and nail by Senator Clayton He, who is still here. That's why we have committee reports from Ways and Means, House Finance. We need to move beyond that now. I'm not happy about being told that we had an asset at 200 million and I see now that it's at 140, but we have to clean up the toxicity. And so do you, because we all know that the toxicity at Kaka'ako doesn't stop at the Oha land, but comes right into Honolulu, right into Chinatown. So that will take a great deal of our budget. But in planning for that, and looking at maintaining programs, I do want to point out that for each million you put in, we put 1.5. I would like to make it more, but I cannot. Because I'm looking at toxicity historic of at least $60 million. And I'm concerned that when we look at it further and move forward, we'll find more, is what I'm worried about. I was ill yesterday and did not go to the Senate hearing, but I will follow up with them. There seems to be concern that we haven't prioritized things that others would like to see, like a cultural center that could interface with the new Hawaiian approach to tourism. That is not my beneficiary. That's not my beneficiary. We have an estimated 30,000 dead waiting for Hawaiian Homes affordable housing. 15,000 were the applications that died, and their children that were successors also lost their entitlements, and I have 28,000 waiting now. We're not going to take the old approach with Hawaiian Homelands, taking that, and OHA looking at other programs. I need my sister agency in here so that we can talk about how we're going to jointly develop assets to jointly meet that need. But members of the House, you also have the representation of the trust. We're two agencies. You all are the House and Senate. The trust obligation devolve upon you as well. Looking for some answers and solutions here, but we cannot do everything. We cannot ignore capital property and fail to develop it for another 10 years. And what we need, and we all know it, is an economic engine so that we can create a dedicated revenue stream for 28,000 homes. Right now, it's going to cost over $60 billion. My choices are develop our assets and bring it in, or come here every year. They all have the same motivation we do. But at the cost of housing in Hawaii, we have a significant problem.
And I'm not about to see another 30,000 of our people dead waiting. I'm not about to allow that. The opportunity we have is to try to maintain the program services, but also we need to move forward with Kaka'ako. We had a difficult time presenting this to the Hawaiian Homestead Association's annual meeting on the continent. People got up and looked at it and said, I don't want to live here. It's pretty clear when you look at the drawings that we're not going to put up homesteads with pastorals and farms on Kaka'ako. Inappropriate and not zoned for that. So let's develop an economic engine so that we can proceed with affordable housing on the Hawaiian homelands that were set aside for this process in 1920. And heads up, colleagues, we will need ceded lands to meet that need. We will need ceded lands. Example, Honolulu. Thousands, hundreds and thousands on waiting lists for Honolulu. We have one small parcel of Hawaiian homelands in Papakolea. I cannot put them there. I cannot put them there. I'm available to take your questions. When I heard yesterday that the staff came to represent us, I thank my staff. I notified them and yourself that the trustees carry the obligation, and we will do so. You know, I've been encouraged by attorneys to not participate in the process, to go in the federal district court, to sue the state. When are we going to get the final ceded land inventory? Since 1959, when? I told them, you know, we go federal district court, years are wasted, millions are wasted. I'd rather put the millions into creating the inventory. It belongs to my beneficiaries. I'm happy to take your questions. I'm an expert in this matter. But rather than Q&A, we need to work collectively so we can come up with some solutions here. Going to court, I'm telling you, is the last choice. We don't need to waste time or money. But we do need some understanding. And when I looked at what happened 10 years ago, no wonder Clayton was opposed to it. And there is no wonder that nothing was done to develop those lands. We came out 60 million short, and based on what inflation has done 10 years later, it's going to cost me a lot more to make it up. But that is our obligation to our people, and we're going to carry it forward, regardless of what it costs. But we need some help, and also I'm glad that the federal funding was mentioned. I think we need to join some forces and get some federal funding. I think we qualify for it. Take a good look at what happened. Kalailua, we lost 1,144 homes out there, already built, ceded lands, surplus to military use. They did a walk around so they could void the Hawaiian Homes Recovery Act and turn it over to the Hunt Corporation. I've got thousands of Hawaiians waiting for housing. We lost 1,144 homes. No one, not even our congressional delegation, stepped in. So we need to change that way of doing business, don't we? I welcome your questions.
All right, thank you very much.
Malo? Chair, and just, I guess a generalized, just a brief statement, I guess, on your, for OHA's role in, with DHHL? Like, what is that partnership or role you folks have with them? I only ask in reference to, in this opening our budget summary form, it mentions $200 million for FY 24-25 for R&M, for infrastructure on DHHL lands. And I was hoping that that type of money can go to cesspool conversions, because that's a huge dollar amount. I've been hearing from beneficiaries that, oh my God, how are we gonna handle this? So I was wondering about that.
The only partnership that we have with Hawaiian Homes is a contract that OHA signed a few years back to contribute $3 million a year for 30 years to help with infrastructure. But many people don't know what infrastructure we're talking about. It's for the past infrastructure, all the way back to Governor Lingel's administration. We're paying back pay, actually. So we have, I believe, 9 years more? We have 9 years more of $3 million a year. And that is the only really partnership we have going with Hawaiian Homes. We're considering doing more, but we don't have any at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kahaloa.
Aloha mai kako, mahalo Sylvia for being here, and mahalo to all the trustees for being here as well. I wanted to follow up too in relation to DHHL and the housing development plans you have for Hakuone or for other locations. As we know, there's a need for housing for Kanaka, for everybody here in Hawaii. How can OHA collaborate, be part of that $600 million that DHHL has received? They haven't met with us yet here in finance. They met with WAM yesterday. But collectively, how can we ensure that we utilize that funding to the best of our ability? And it's going to take lots of hands and partnerships in that role. And I guess the question is, how does OHA see that fit into their goals and helping ensure that, you know, we can all work together collectively for more housing? We're trying to work on that in a legislative hat as well.
We have not been invited to participate in the spending of the $600 million. We stand ready to serve, to help, but we have not been invited. So, you know, Hawaiians don't feel like they should maha'oe somebody else's kuleana.
So building on Chair's comment, yes. What OHA has tried to do, not specifically as housing, but for beneficiaries specifically, is about 2 years ago, we opened up a homestead grant program specifically targeted for homestead beneficiaries. So we've been running that. I want to say it's about 300,000 each cycle, or I mean each year, so about maybe 600,000 committed thus far for that. So on the programmatic side, that the housing occupancy work was also identified. So while DHHL addresses supply side of the equation, we're trying to prepare our beneficiaries to be able to be financially ready, to be able to have good spending habits, to help credit repair for some of that, to be able to have the down payment. Because our working theory is that if we can help our beneficiaries be occupancy ready, when housing, whether it's DHHL or anyone, is being projected and coming up, our beneficiaries, not by ethnicity, but by financial preparation, is ready. And they could work with developers, they could work with folks because their profile is stronger because of the investments that we've been making along the way. So that's the theory of the housing occupancy beneficiary, to help the the demand side be ready for the supply side coming in, whether it's DHHL or any other, the state, in fact, or any other private developer.
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kila.
Aloha, Dr. Hussey, the trustees of OHA. I want to just recognize the trustee Galateria, former state senator. You folks now have 7 of your 9. I want to express that I wish all 9 of your trustee members were here, because time and time again, I have shown up to support OHA. I've shown up at your folks' investiture. I've shown up for you folks for the last year and a half in a volunteer community perspective. So let it be known, I'm very disappointed that 2 of your trustees are not here. Because we're talking about a collaboration with the legislature. And yeah, we not wham, but this is the House Finance Committee. And 2 of your members are missing. Those are 2 trustees that represent beneficiaries in the state of Hawaii who are not here. Time and time again, Native Hawaiians, we are held and scrutinized for every single thing. So it is important, more so than ever, that we are aware of our fiscal responsibilities, and all you have to do is show up. I drive from the furthest parts of Oahu to get here every single day. Might not be here on time, but I do get here. So when we talk about that commitment, I do want to express that frustration. Whatever their obligation was, too bad they're not here. I stand on the shoulder of giants from the work that Senator has done, Auntie Benelani Trask has done, and all the work that you folks have done. I would not be here if it's for the work that you folks have continued to push. But I always have to go back to that. When we look at developing things, right, we have to meet folks where we're at. And I see Honolulu as the economic driver. But also, Native Hawaiians are not in Honolulu. We are in rural communities because we are outsourced, we are outpriced, and that is where we're existing. I know the work you folks do, but you folks are very aware of the barriers that exist because folks, one, don't know how to access information, but two, sometimes it is hard to get a hold of you folks. I am proud to say that for the first time in Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center's history, that you folks made a site visit ever. But I only can think of the many other Native Hawaiian serving organizations that have not had a visit from OHA. And I plead with you folks to look at your communities and your districts where OHA has previously not shown up to show up. You folks invigorated Waianae Coast Comprehensive after that site visit. The meeting you entertained, you folks showing up to the campus, brought a whole new perspective. And it goes back to sometimes I don't even think I understand the impact that we have on our communities. And I don't know if you folks ever understand the impact that you have on Native Hawaiians. And I know that is a heavy burden to carry. But as we proceed moving forward, because some of you folks are starting 4-year terms and I don't see any of you folks going anywhere anytime soon, it's that commitment and collaboration that I hope you folks can continue to push through. And I stand committed in my role, and I think this committee's role to helping see what avenues we can show up. You know, and I did ask my colleagues for some of the finance hearings when it came to Native Hawaiian issues that they show up. Whether it might not be in their purview or scope of expertise, asking my colleagues to show up for issues like this is very important. I'm a huge proponent when we talk about military land leases, and in the sense I hope that some of the land leases that we can secure land back can go into the hands of DHHL and OHA first and foremost. So please know that. When the governor came, I wanted it to be very, when our Department of Defense, General Hara, I had let them know that those lands do need to be returned. So as we move forward, I look forward to seeing some of that. And then I know CNHA is getting ready to launch a partnership program under DHHL where the Kapuna beneficiary housing. And is there any way that OHA can also subsidize in some of those projects? I know that maybe it's a larger contract, but or when we look at sometimes the barriers of housing and so folks can age in place, I think we have to find programs for those beneficiaries and just Native Hawaiians themselves who are slowly being priced out of aging in place. So if there's a way that a program can be mirrored, so I think of the beneficiaries or Native Hawaiians, right, who are not on DHHL wait lists, but they are also suffering and facing financial barriers. If there's a way we can mirror the program to be housed under OHA for the folks who are not beneficiaries. But I thank you folks for always showing up and being a part of the process. The strategic plan, I vetted it when I was on the neighborhood board. I supported it from them. I support you folks always. So I look forward to seeing what you folks will do. So mahalo.
Thank you,
Chair.
Representative.
Thank you. Members, any Representative Kobayashi followed by Ward.
Despite the fact that 2 trustees are not here, I don't think we have ever had 7 trustees before the House Finance Committee in 11 years.
Amen to that.
Thank you,
Just comment.
Representative.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Welcoming the 80 percentile, former senator. Good to see you. Still have good taste in aloha shirts. I have a question for Ms. Trask.
Sure.
Bililani, as you've aged, you've mellowed. with his equal amount of Tabasco sauce?
That's so nice of you to say, Jean. You know, they say that when you get gray hair, and you know, I'm not dyeing my hair because you know what happened. For years, you talk and talk as a trash, nobody listened. But when you become a kupuna, you let your hair go gray.
Okay.
And you can talk.
Okay, I have a question about your literary skills. There's something missing here. I'm gonna get back at you at that.
Tell me.
The committee hearings that you read that gives the record of this,
Yeah.
having voted for this act, what's missing is that some of us wanted to build in the development rights in the bill.
Yes.
And OHA's response was, well, we don't want to be greedy. I mean, it was really in keeping with Hawaiian culture, you know, like, we don't want to push
Yes.
around. Look, we got what we got, it's good. But remember, that was something that some of us put on the table as an amendment to get it to where you get it and you develop it straight away. Otherwise, look, the last 10 years, you guys have been treading water.
Thank you
The
for
point is,
bringing
this is
that
another
up.
historical
Yes.
note that should be going into the understanding of that.
Yes, and you know what? Representative Ward is speaking the truth here. And we all knew that. We all knew that. But there were trustees representing our peoples that were part of the other side of the coin of that. And it was not a mistake that when all this was pushed through, Ozzie Stender was given a seat on the Goldman Sachs board, and Haunani Apoliona ascending to our biggest bank here in Honolulu for years. So there was some basic. But these things are things that can be corrected now. And I think it's a very good opportunity. When you look at the funding that was provided last year to Hawaiian homelands, perfect seed money, significant for where we're going to go. But things are held up because Bill Isla left. And so not sure who's coming in. On the DHHL side, I went to hear this Ikaika Anderson. I went to hear him. But I tell you flat out, I'm very concerned. The deputy being appointed, the woman from the State Attorney General's office, is the one that was supposed to review on my island, the Kuhio Mall. It never went to the commissioners. It was withheld by Bill and the State Attorney General, and now we have the Department of Solicitor looking at it.
Forgive me.
Those are the kind of problems we got to address here.
Lani, I have two more questions, otherwise the chair, he always limits what I can say. And I asked too many questions already, so let me get the two questions in. You mentioned the Kalailoa.
Yes.
The surplus lands.
Yes.
That, you know, the Rod Perez expose.
I
When
do.
He said even Congress was sleeping and sitting on their hands when this law passed that all surplus lands were to go to DHHL.
Yes.
Now, the question is, what is OHA doing to make or wake up people to know that that's the law, rather than it repeating itself again? What can you guys do? What are you doing to make sure that people are informed that surplus lands go to DHHL? Have you got a game plan, or you got anything in motion?
There's two
PR,
things I've looked at
communications?
on that, because I went back to, as soon as I saw what was happening, and you're right about the Rob Perez articles. The Rob Perez articles lined it up, and we were ahead of time. We got backdoored by an effort to transfer it back to the Hunt Corporation. I filed a lengthy complaint with the congressional team and sent it to Brian Schatz's office and followed up with Maisie. The outcome on that was that it went back to the Hunt Corporation. I'm not sure we give up hope for it yet. I don't know if you've been to Kalailoa, but I'm not willing myself to take it as a loss, because the Hunt Corporation is still managing it. And I think the law is good. You have surplus land, it returns to the state of Hawaii. And I think we should prepare for it, legislators. All federal surplus lands we should look at for housing. But I'm not giving up the Kalailoa. And Rob Perez did an excellent job on that. You can read his articles too and praise yourself. I think it is actionable. I think we could go in the federal court on that now. Why? We need better support on the congressional side, House and Senate, but you know, when you look what's happening in the Congress, it's destabilized.
I think you haven't given up on anything, actually. But my last question is to the chair, Ulu Lindsay, if I may. And the big question is about the future. there were attempts to define what a nation was. It within a nation or something about sovereignty, and now it's kind of like with drawing up a constitution. Is there any deliberations within OHA to say, here's the vision, here's the picture, or here's pieces of it, so we can get an idea of what the future of what otherwise was an experimental agency to get self-determination within the Hawaiian community? Is it evolving, or is it kind of not stuck, but there's not new ideas that are coming? We're trying to get an update, is my question.
It is not evolving right now.
It's not.
As
Why
you
not?
well know, we're in our communities to get their feel about how they think of Kakako Makai. We're getting their opinions, their thoughts. And I mean, we're covering our communities thoroughly with that subject matter. So we don't want to interfere with another subject matter. That's a big one.
Yeah,
and we
that's-
need all of the Hawaiian community to participate in that. All the leaders, all the members of all over the state to participate. That's a really important. You remember the last time we had this conversation when the federal people came down and what our people did to them. So we need to get our people's
So
feeling.
one battle at a time. Kakako
Yes.
first. What about the 20% ceded lands revenues? Is
That's
that number 2 or is
that's
that
in
number
the
3?
coffer. As you well know, we passed a bill last year, or I should say that you passed a bill last year. And in that bill, a committee was supposed to be formed. Well, we chose the three people from OHA, 3 people appointed by the governor. So towards the end of Governor Iga's campaign, I should say tenure, he appointed 3 people. Was very close to the end of his tenure. And no meetings have been called. That committee is being tasked with moving forward on the PLT. We especially need an inventory of the lands that was transferred from the federal to the state back in 1959. We don't have that.
So it's still alive, or is it where it's dormant because he didn't, the formation of it didn't?
The committee is alive in that bill, but it hasn't started operation.
So what can or should be done?
Governor Green has to decide if he's going to keep the governor's appointees or appoint 3 new people, and then we can move forward.
I'm sure he's listening to this, being that he's been here and he's committed to the Hawaiian situation very, very genuinely and thoroughly. Okay, thank you for the update. Again, we look forward to the evolving OHA rather than the stationary and trying to do yesterday and, catch up with history rather than going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for appearing before us. Obviously, we have a lot of work before us, and we will continue this conversation. Thank you very much. We're going to recess.
Thank you, representatives.
Lunch break.
the Committee of Finance will reconvene to continue our budget briefings. Next up is our newest department, Department of Law Enforcement. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and other members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Jordan Lowe, and I am the Director for the new Department of Law Enforcement. I'd like to take this time to introduce my team that's behind me. First in front is Frank Pace. He's the Administrator for the Office of Homeland Security. Behind him is Russell Fong. He is our ASO. Brandon Azuka. He is our CALEA Manager, and he helps with our legislative matters. And next to him is Kevin Howe. He is the Assistant Special Agent in charge for the United States Secret Service, and he is part of our technology innovation team. And behind them is the people that really do the work. Kathy Moriyama, who I call Kathy 1, and Kathy Seal, who I call Kathy 2. So, pursuant to Act 278, Session 2022, we were tasked to stand up the new Department of Law Enforcement in two critical phases. The first was to establish the administrative infrastructure by July 1st, 2023. The second was to merge the law enforcement assets from the Department of Public Safety, which includes the Sheriff's Division, Narcotics Enforcement Division, and the Internal Affairs Office. And then the Harbor Police from the Department of Transportation, portions of the Investigation Division from the Department of Attorney General, and the Office of Homeland Security, which includes the Fusion Center. And all of those assets are supposed to be merged or transferred over to the Department of Law Enforcement by January 1st, 2024. The mission and objectives of the Department of Law Enforcement is to provide enhanced law enforcement services to the state of Hawaii and to be a better partner with all the county police departments and all of the other law enforcement entities, to include the federal agencies. What we hope to do is to promote trust, legitimacy, and accountability with the public. Some of our other goals includes to increase public safety, improve decision-making, streamline communications, reduce duplication of efforts, and provide uniform training and standards. We have already started to establish partnerships with the Federal Joint Terrorism Task Force to protect the state from domestic and foreign threats. We are also trying to eliminate the narcotics epidemic in the state through our commitment of investigators and deputy sheriffs in the high-impact, high-intensity drug trafficking area task force. We're also going to commit ourselves to reduce the gun violence and other violent crimes that's going through our communities by participating in the second portion of the federal Safe Neighborhoods Task Force program. We hope to invest in next generation law enforcement technology that will enable DLE to prioritize its innovation and staffing needs. IT enhancement will promote an open, interoperable, reliable, secure data management system and reliable communication infrastructures with the other law enforcement agencies on the islands, to include the neighbor islands. We have already identified facility space for a centralized headquarters for our department. We are working with DAGS right now to complete the leasing agreement. We also want to implement a body-worn camera program and integrate it with GPS, with our communication systems, so we can more efficiently staff our response to incidents. And it is also a officer safety issues. In terms of training, In the spirit of Act 278, we've already began training other departments. The first one is the Honolulu Prosecutor's Office in terms of their active shooter training. We've met with DOE, and we'll probably provide them non-law enforcement civilian training response for active shooters. What we've also done is through an MOU with DOTAX, we are starting to train their investigators. In fact, one of them is currently attending our basic law enforcement recruit class. And we expect to have 3 other investigators attend the upcoming June recruit class from DOTAX. We made the same offer to the Honolulu Prosecutor's Office, to Harbor Police during this transition year, and hopefully they will take us up on that, because that way we will have the standards, uniform training and standards that will comply with the Law Enforcement Standards Board that's going to be standing up soon. So we're working through the budget process from the previous administration's deletion, and we are going to request for FY 2024 $70,219,000, but that includes a $30 million investment in the technology innovation. For FY 25, we would be requesting $76,322 to include, and that will include the $15 million technology innovation. The technology innovation is going to be phased over 5 years with an estimate cost of $60 million. That concludes my briefing for the Department of Law Enforcement, and we are available for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members will open to questions. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that the emphasis is on drug narcotics, because it is a bad situation in the whole state. I'm just wondering what impact will your agency have in tackling that problem, the access, just the drugs coming in?
Well, our first commitment, again, is to the HIDTA task force that's currently ongoing. We have a narcotics K-9 program that we're also trying to expand. And we actually plan to assign more deputy sheriffs and the investigators that are coming over from the Attorney General's office. So we're going to increase those numbers, and at the same time, like we just recently signed a MOU with U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Because drugs, they come in many different ways. So.
Right. Okay. So I'm thinking this is a lot of money, right? But if the investment is there to curtail that problem, and it'll definitely affect our prisons and our health institutions and so forth, so on. I'm just hoping that we can make this successful, especially in your relationships and working with the county police departments and prosecutors, et cetera. Thank you.
So, I just returned yesterday from a HIDTA meeting because I used to be on the executive board. And right now, the HIDTA return for every dollar invested, they recover $8 worth of contraband. So the process works. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Could you refresh some of our memories who voted for this but forgot what you guys evolved from? Which agency did all the things? Are you a collection of just a multiple one? Or did some split off from public safety, or?
Yes.
Did you guys, where's the progenitor of all this?
So what really happened 2 years ago was the AGs introduced the bill to consolidate all the state law enforcement under the AGs. There was a little bit of opposition because it didn't seem practical and there wasn't a separation of power you know, in the sense that your police department is not part of the Honolulu prosecutors. The FBI or ATF or Customs is not part of the U.S. Attorney's Office. So that's where they got some resistance. So when that bill didn't pass, the following August, the AG's office approached public safety and asked us to undertake this initiative. And it actually made a lot of sense because in the Department of Public Safety, you have corrections and then you have law enforcement. And very different missions and goals. But because we were one department, you know, everybody is always trying to get the resources they need. So it actually just made sense for the department to split.
Speaking of resources, the 76 million is a substantial chunk of change, actually, especially when you've got over half of that is technology. What kind of technology are we talking about? Or is this stuff, CIA stuff where you can't talk about, or is it just common technology?
So most of the technology is things like what they call the CAD system, which is computer assisted dispatch. RMS, which is your records management system. There's, you know, an investigative case management system. It's tying in, again, your body cams to your vehicles, to your radios with GPS. That all goes into the command center, so we know where every officer is. And so that way we can dispatch them more efficiently.
Don't we already do that, though? Don't we already have this equipment? Or is this duplicative? Or let's say a redundancy or a backup to give you guys separate entity?
To be brutally honest, our systems are very antiquated. And some of what we're asking for, we don't even have. So we felt as a new department, you know, we may as well try to do it right from the get-go. And that's all part of it. One of our ledge proposals is for them to add a seat in the enhanced 911 board so that we can participate in that. So our goal is to have full integration, you know, in terms of dispatch and communications with, you know, the Honolulu Police Department, the neighbor island police departments.
So you'll be an umbrella on top of all of those agencies, or?
No, we will not be an umbrella.
Not an umbrella. You're an equal partner then?
We will be equal partners.
Sometimes they resist, though, when you do that, when you do it that way, though.
Well, I think they would resist more if we were an umbrella.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
but
Well,
if,
if
you
you
know,
had the
but if we
authority.
go in as equal partners, and that's one thing I strive to work with them in the sense when we were trying to get HB 2171 passed, is that we're not here to compete. We're here to assist, supplement, and be better partners.
So how will you measure your success?
Right. Well, I mean, right now we meet with all the county chiefs and the federal agencies monthly. I know all of the county chiefs personally, with the exception of the new chief from the Big Island.
You know, crime is like under maybe housing or cost of living. Crime is number 3. Is that going to be something we can expect with the creation, and $76 million is going to go down, or that's too much to expect out of a new agency?
For crime to go down?
Yes.
I am very optimistic and hopeful on that. Because I've been here, I was transferred here in 1987 and started working the streets from then, and, you know, on narcotics investigations and violent crime. And I can see, especially during the period when we had the first Project Safe Neighborhoods, you know, if we work collaboratively and together, you will see crime go down. And that's what I
My last
expect.
question is not based on paranoia, but we had a couple of people in our ranks have to go to prison. Are you going to be watching over senators and representatives?
Right now, that mandate is with the Attorney General's office with their new special task force.
Well, you should be, actually, if you're going to watch over all the stuff that goes on in the state.
You know, and again, we will work together on this. If, for example, if we, from our sources of information, identified some type of violation, you know, we're not gonna just take and run with it. You know, we're gonna work with that special unit with the Attorney General's office, and we're gonna work with the federal agencies, most likely the FBI if it's a corruption case.
So you don't work with the Ethics Commission then? 'Cause
No,
that's
we,
where
not at this time.
Some of the things that we do are confined in that. Okay,
Right.
good. Wish you the best in your organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. Any further question, Representative Kobayashi?
From the table I'm reading, it looks like you have 64 positions in general administration. Isn't that a little bit heavy?
So,
What does that include?
That includes, obviously, the senior management team, the director, deputy directors, and, but it includes the ASO office, which, you know, includes the fiscal and the accountants. And then there's the HR office, you know, the human resources, it includes all of those personnel. And it includes an IT section, and it also includes a litigation section. And so when we were formulating the bill for Act 278, you know, we reached out to other agencies of similar size, and we worked with public safety to try to determine what would be appropriate for the administrative infrastructure. And that was the number we came up with.
Hmm.
And that was the number that was authorized in the bill
I see.
for those positions last year.
Okay, I mean, it just off the bat seems fairly high for an agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but the only thing I could add is our agency at the time of January 1st, 2024 is going to have 529 employees.
Mhm.
So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Thank you for your time.
Representative Takayama.
Director Lowe. Thank you. I have a quick question. With the Supreme Court ruling on concealed carry regulations and the anticipated prohibition of weapons from being allowed into state and county buildings, do you have the capacity for metal detection in all of our state buildings?
That would probably be an issue with DAGs to provide that equipment. We would still provide and respond to, you know, law enforcement incidents in all of those buildings, though. But we would not, in other words, we would not be manning metal detectors. Normally, we would have private security do that.
But we would be providing metal detectors, right?
Again, that's going to be up to the individual building and up to DAGs if they want to do that. For example, the Capitol here, I mean, we have metal detectors from what I understand, but they're not being deployed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. It sounds like you guys are kind of like FBI, you're SDI, state FBI and the state level, SBI, but that's just an impression I have. The question is, are you guys gonna do cybersecurity? Being that we're talking about crime, cybersecurity is a huge, huge thing. Is that a component, or is that too sophisticated and you'd want another $50 million to get the equipment to do that one?
No, so we've been in discussions with the Secret Service on that, and that's why he's part of our innovation technology team. We intend to send, when they have space available, law enforcement officers to their training academy in Alabama, which teaches them cyber forensic capabilities. And then as we process through those officers, we intend to join Secret Service's electronic task force. So that's something that we are looking at.
Do you also interface with the FEMA and the HIEMA emergency management people?
So, and that's why we have Frank Pace. He is the administrator for the Office of Homeland Security, and right now their office is tied into HIEMA and DOD. So if there is an incident, there will be coordination from state assets to help respond to that incident.
But a couple of days ago, they were standing in your position saying there's no more missile alerts, there's no more early warning on anything that at least comes from North Korea or other places. Now, that's probably getting a little bit beyond where you guys are, or are you in that level of, quote, international protection of the society?
So that's, right now, that's probably beyond our capabilities. Once the Fusion Center and Homeland Security comes over with us, you know, and we get the proper security clearances, we will probably participate in that.
Okay, when they come over, so they affiliate. You said you had a headquarters. You didn't say where your headquarters, or is that secret?
Well,
You say you
it's not secret, but because DAGs haven't signed the lease with them yet, I would be remiss to identify it at this time.
Are you in
But it is
Honolulu?
downtown, yeah.
You're not in Waimanalo or Waianae or?
No, it's actually in downtown.
Okay. But that will be public though after you sign the lease, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Just wondered how cloak and dagger you guys were.
No, we have a uniform division, so it's not, you know, we're not gonna be so cloak and dagger.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I used to do that in my prior life, but.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any further questions? Okay, I have a quick follow-up question to Representative Takayama's question. So I'm kind of curious on where the line is. So if, you know, because the sheriffs have a presence here, and but they're not going to man the metal detectors to protect or whatever. And then you added the harbor police. And yesterday when we were talking to DOT, we talked about contraband, and they said they don't do that. So I would assume the harbor police are there to for security purposes, but now you have a bigger entity that actually looks into these types of contraband. And then you have the sheriffs at the airports, and I think I talked to you about, is the airport police gonna be part of you too? And, you know, so you're part of our border control to some degree to make sure that these things don't enter the state. So how's that line gonna work, where you guys step in and DOT or whoever else, the buildings that are covered by the sheriffs or whatever?
So we are gonna continue to provide law enforcement and, you know, security services for all of the state buildings. What we hope to do is to leverage technology so we could be more efficient about that, and that also includes the courthouse. In terms of the airport, you know, we are in discussions with DOT, you know, for us to basically take over the armed positions only. So that's really probably a 3-year plan, because they have 96 armed officers, and it's going to take us time to hire and to train and to, you know, phase those people in. With harbor police, for us it was more of a force multiplier for them, because they're a small agency. So once they join us.
No, I understand that from
Yeah.
a security perspective, but
Right.
I'm saying, you know, if, when I say border, I mean, you know, drugs coming in through the harbors, through the airports. Are you gonna be responsible for that
We
area?
will be,
So how
we
do-
will be
where does that
coordinating with them on that.
Yeah, so how does that work now?
So, again, it depends, and it could be any contraband. It could be drugs, it could be fireworks, it could be any contraband. So, if it comes in foreign, we will work with HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and inspect the containers with them based on the available intelligence. Okay, and so, but the difference is, if it comes in from the mainland, say they stop in Long Beach first or Oakland first, and then they bring it back, it's a little bit more difficult at that point, because we would have to basically establish probable cause or reasonable suspicion for us to either get a search warrant to open that container. But we will work with all the agencies. We intend to work with all the agencies to do that. That's why our canine program, we have explosive detection canines, and we have narcotics detection canines. We actually have one electronic media canine, and we had a currency canine, but I think she's going to retire.
Let me
soon.
simplify the question. So,
Sir.
are you the point person for all that?
We will be if we're the source of information, yes. See, the way law enforcement works, as the way we initiate investigations, right, it's somebody has to have the information that points us to the right direction. So if FBI had the information, they would be the point person to.
No, what I'm getting at is that there has to be somebody responsible for contraband coming into the state that we point to. Is that you now? Because DOT says it's not them.
On the state side, it would probably be us, yes.
Okay, all right.
On the state
Thank you.
side.
Okay, members, any further questions? Okay, we thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
we're going to
very much.
recess. Thank you. Okay, the Committee on Finance will reconvene for our afternoon briefing, and we have the University of Hawaii up.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members. You have a statement and a ton of data, so I'll just briefly summarize the statement, and then I know this is a time when members like to ask questions about anything relating to the university. So I have my colleagues. It's not a cast of thousands today, but we have many. I think I will only introduce the Chair of the Board of Regents, Randy Moore, who's back by the door, ready to make a quick getaway. No, just kidding. But we have our vice presidents, chancellors, and support staff who can answer questions about hopefully most anything. And if not, we'll be happy to go back and get answers to anything that we don't want to make up the answer to here if we don't know it. So I'd like to just highlight a few things that have happened since we were here last year. One is that the University of Hawaii adopted a new strategic plan. The Board of Regents approved this in Hilo in November. I have given you a reference to the plan itself. In the past, there has been interested in updating the vision and mission of the university, and I provided those to you as well in the book. The structure of the plan is pretty straightforward. We had a very inclusive process, including substantial town halls, online meetings, focus groups, both within and without the university. So we had a whole lot of those with community members as well to gather input. We came up with a set of foundational principles that you can see around Hawaiian place of learning, focusing on statewide need, maintaining our commitment to diversity and equity, of course, sustainability, and then being great stewards of the public resources with which we're entrusted. We got the actions and the focus areas really down to 4, and those are provided also. And we didn't give them numbers. They're all important, but we need to fulfill our kuleana to Native Hawaiians in Hawaii. We've talked with you about this before, including our commitments to Native Hawaiian student success. This time around, the Board of Regents really challenged us to also step up our game on playing our part in reconciling many of the issues that Hawaiians face across our community in areas of healthcare, housing, incarceration, et cetera. So not just to look within the university, but to step up within the community. Second imperative is around engaging more students in higher education and looking beyond the traditional 18-year-olds. One of the challenges that I believe we face as a state is we've had a very substantial decline in the numbers of our public high school graduates who are going on to post-secondary education or training. And I don't just mean UH. In fact, it looks like UH is competing well, but they're not going at all to anything. And that really doesn't bode well for the future if they go out into the community and workforce with only a high school diploma. The third area is related, and what we want to do is be a little more laser focused on the educational opportunities we provide. This one is called Meet Hawaii Workforce Needs of Today and Tomorrow. And we don't just want people to get college degrees. We want to align our educational priorities and opportunities with where the actual jobs are. And you know, I know this is important. A number of you just came, as I did, from the Hawaii Business Roundtable. And we engage actively with that group around their sharing with us what the needs are in the workforce. And so we're working hard, and we've laid out some of those areas in this imperative. Obviously, healthcare, education, technology, skilled trades are all areas where we need to up our output. I hate to talk about people as inputs and outputs, but we just need to educate more people in these areas to fill Hawaii jobs. And at the same time, we also need to focus on creating jobs in the, for the future. And that's our last imperative, is really focused on diversifying Hawaii's economy through our innovation and research. There's really no place in the country that's developed a strong, diversified economy without a great research university. And all of the parts of our system need to work together to create those opportunities. What we've done this time is we have articulated very specific areas where we believe Hawaii has an opportunity to develop a high level of economic activity. Those are climate resilience, energy and sustainable ecosystems, ocean, earth and atmospheric sciences, astronomy and space sciences, data sciences and global cybersecurity, health and wellness, food security and agriculture, the Asia Pacific and Hawaii. So the interesting thing about these areas is that we can focus educational activity in these areas. We can focus our attempts to bring in extramural funding and engage in direct activity in these areas. And we believe we can create jobs in which people also engage external to Hawaii, for example, in consulting, in taking on jobs, in intellectual property that can be monetized, because these are all important areas where we have competitive advantages. So for each of these 4 imperatives, we've given you some high-level metrics, and we will be refining those over time as well. We talk a lot about enrollment. It's a conversation with the Board of Regents at every meeting. I tend to provide them an update on our numbers. The short story is this. Enrollment in higher education is down across the country, and Hawaii is no exception. And it is not affecting all of our campuses the same as it is differential across the country. So our community colleges and our regional universities, UH Hilo and UH West Oahu, are down. This is exactly the same trend that we see in every state in the country. In our case, UH Manoa is holding steady and or up over the past couple years. And again, we're competing well nationally and internationally for students. So the numbers, we're working hard with the DOE to change those numbers. Even if it's a national trend, we're not satisfied with it. And we work hard with the DOE. Keith Hayashi is a close partner, and our Hawaii P20 Partnerships for Education program kind of sits at the nexus of early education, K-12, higher education, and transitions into the workforce. At the same time, we are also seeing a major shift in how students want to learn. So when the pandemic hit, all credit is due to our faculty, our staff, our administrators, and our students. We made the pivot faster than almost anyone to be fully online. We announced, right before spring break that we would have to close when the pandemic hit. And before spring break, we said we would not be coming back in person. We could see what was going to be happening that semester. And everyone pivoted extremely well. We're now finding that a lot of people prefer to stay online. And we're seeing a very different mix today of students who are taking perhaps one class online or all their classes online. But the number of students who are fully in person is quite low across the UH system. And that pattern is also different campus by campus, community by community. We think some of that has to do with the impact of COVID still, but we're largely coming out of that, and I think we're beginning to realize, well, we're realizing, not beginning to, that things are not going to go back to exactly the way they were in 2019. This is a great opportunity because we can engage students who are not able to come to class full-time in person, and in particular, and as we've noted in our strategic plan, we will have to be embracing a greater focus on working people who will primarily want to engage with us. Many of them will engage online to upskill, change jobs after their first job. Some of them, we have some really exciting work going on in our pathways with K-12, looking at how we can get high school graduates likely with some early college, into the workforce immediately, and then provide them opportunity to continue to develop while they are in that initial job, so that they can create some income on which they can live and perhaps support their families. So that's a pattern that we're looking at. Through the pandemic, we have done extraordinarily well, I would say, in maintaining our educational effectiveness. So our retention rates have maintained or improved. Our graduation rates, that is the percentage of students who graduate in, typically we go by 4 years, 6 years for universities, and 2 years, 3 years for community colleges. Those numbers are mostly all improving. And again, with 10 accredited campuses, things are a little bit different. Every campus has its nuances, but we've done really well at continuing to improve, which is the trajectory we were on before the pandemic, and the pandemic has not derailed us. I'll just highlight a few more notable achievements that we're really proud of. We've been talking for some time about wanting to diversify our financial foundations from a reliance almost 100% on general funds and tuition. So going back in time to when Representative Kobayashi was a young man, we were 100% funded by the legislature. Okay, so our general funds supported our operations, and our tuition went straight back into the general funds. In the mid-90s, that began to change. We kept our tuition, and we have moved to a much greater balance between those two, and now we're looking at multiple other opportunities. In particular, we've looked at extramural funding. 20 plus years ago, we were generating about $100 million a year in extramural money funding, mostly federal. Last year, we had our best year in history, over $500 million of other people's funding us, mostly federal. This funding does not pay the bills. It doesn't support our electricity costs. It doesn't pay our faculty. It doesn't help us teach English 100. But it's a commitment by mostly the federal government that they care deeply about the work that we're doing and that they want to fund it as well. And that's work that we do for the state of Hawaii, but it's also work that we do for the nation in areas of high priority. Similarly, we've made a real effort to increase our philanthropy. And again, last year we had a record-breaking year, $165 million in direct funding, dollars, cash. Some of it is bequest, so it doesn't all come in at once. But that's the best year in our history, and that's up from numbers, that were steady state, less than half of that not very long ago. Again, that doesn't pay the bills, but that money goes to support research. It's scholarship money for our students, and it's a sign of the trust and comfort of the community in what we have done. I think I will leave out the little highlights because you have them, and I think we try to provide you information about everything else going on at the university. There's so much to be proud of. Just yesterday we announced a $20 million grant in partnership with the Executive Office on Early Learning. That'll be a 3-year grant to focus on early education, which is a super high priority of the entire state. That's just one example of where the university is stepping up to help solve the problems and seize the opportunities that face Hawaii. I will stop there, and maybe Calvert can briefly explain our budget request for this year, and then we can take questions on the whole rest of the book or anything else that you're interested in. This is Vice President Calvert Young. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. So included in the prepared statements you folks have, we've outlined tables for you in terms of what the university's budget request to the governor has been. For the budget process of the university, it does include official and formal approval of the Board of Regents as the university's submittal to both the governor and to the legislature. So the tables outline for you a pretty comprehensive budget ask across multiple areas of the university. Wanted to take some time to just walk you through the tables to give you a good understanding of the context. There's a number of areas that the tables are broken up into in no particular order, but items such as restoration of funds and sustained funding. The university back in 2021, the legislature reduced general fund base funding to the university for a number of reasons. Financial for state finances during the heart of the pandemic was the primary driver. Last year, some of that funding was restored. So this is funding from the base. So that's the definition of the restoration of funds. There's some funds that were restored, some that were not. And this was a degradation of the base, essentially. And then there's sustained funding. Some of the funding that was actually restored was restored as one time, not into the base. So this would result in a reduction of service level back to pre-2020 levels of funding. And then in terms of like new additional funding for new initiatives, Hawaii Promise is, for many of you may be familiar, Hawaii Promise is a program, a state-funded program. It's in the community colleges. It's in, I call it a essentially free college program. It's essentially free because it's a last dollar program for those students who have demonstrated unmet financial need. The state, through Hawaii Promise, provides that dollar to meet that financial need. It only exists in the community college. It's been about 5+ years. A hugely successful program on a number of levels, so successful that the amount of funding that is provided doesn't meet all of the demand or need out there. So it's in the community colleges. We're requesting an additional $3.7 million. But you'll see a bigger ask in their initiative to expand the Hawaii Promise program into the 4-year program. So it doesn't currently exist beyond the community colleges, but students who want to matriculate from the community colleges into the 4 years are left without this funding available to them. So it's about $18+ million for the entire ask, but that's outlined. The rest are in areas of additional core services for items such as security officers, admin support, IT across various campuses. There is an ask for early college expansion. Early college is a program that actually where university faculty will teach classes in the DOE at the DOE school's desire. But this is funding that actually is purposefully presented to the DOE. It's actually embedded in the DOE's budget, not the university's. And that's purposefully so because we want for the DOE to selectively choose which classes make sense for their various campuses, and they merely contract with UH. However, that program has also been very successful over the years, and what is missing from there is the college level support that UH could provide to students in the program. So that's what the request. It's not to fund early college classes, but it will provide counseling support. The transition from high school to college opportunities. And then various initiatives for supporting student success within all of the campuses. That this could be in areas of mental health support at various campuses, distance learning, counseling, advising, and then in the community colleges specifically to bolster our program for providing academic curriculum for incarcerated students. And then there's a number of areas of state needs, so where the university is looking at bolstering its existing programs to provide in areas of larger statewide need, including workforce development. So for these, you will notice things in various fields, justice administration, teacher preparation, counseling, psychology, etc. And then certainly not the least most important, at the bottom are areas related to an industry initiative. So for the health and medical industry in Hawaii, UH has put together a budget plan for first and second year expansion of the overall pipeline and program development within UH to develop a number of fields, workforce fields in the health industry. So this includes nursing, medical assistants, allied health professionals across the industry, and it's spread across multiple campuses throughout the system on every island within the state. So it is a broad request. That compiles the Board of Regents approved admin request in the budget. This is what was submitted to the governor. It totals roughly about 56 million to 59 million, years 1 and 2 of the biennium. Presented on the second table is what has been included by the governor of that entire request. It's a different, it's not all inclusive. Some of the things, frankly, the former governor, because of the transition time and the point in time when these budgets have to be submitted, Governor Green wasn't able to vet all of the requests, but for the parts that have come down, those are spelled out on the table, the second table that's on the statement, and as well as included additional add-ons. So governor elected add-ons that are included, but they're for funding of, in the university's budget, there's a number of positions, general fund authorized positions that do not have adequate funding. In many cases, they don't have any general funds funding, even though they are general fund authorized. So governor has put in about $10 million as part of the submittal to address some of those positions. That constitutes the two tables and the difference between the Board of Regents university request of the budget and the governor's current budget submittal. Also, you have for the capital improvement budget for the university, there's a list of, there's two tables again, a list of all the different projects. Most of the capital funding that the university has requested is in renew, improve, modernize, or deferred maintenance address buckets across the various system components within the university. So the entire system versus the community college system. There are a few discrete projects that are identified, but the total ask approved by the Board of Regents was in the amount of 262 million to 296 million, respectively, years 1 and 2. Of that amount, the governor's budget submittal to the legislature has included 117 million in year 1 and another 125 million in year 2 of the larger portion, and it's all, again, in the area of lump sum funding. So while the university is very grateful at these funding levels, you can see there is a pretty big difference in terms of the ask and what has been provided, and some of those will result in critical core projects. With that, Mr. Chair, that constitutes the entire budget ask portion.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Lasner, I think what I was asking all the previous departments and presenters was that most of the members are new. So I know you introduced one person, but if you could introduce
sure. I'd be delighted.
your
Okay.
team and
Okay, let me start with the heads of our academic units. Chancellor, I'll just go by how I see you. Chancellor Bonnie Irwin from UH Hilo, Chancellor Maynette Benham from UH West Oahu, Provost Michael Bruno from UH Manoa, tag teaming for the community colleges, 2 associate vice presidents, Mike Unabasami and Della Teraoka. So those are our 4, that's how we organize ourselves academically. Vice presidents, in addition to Vice President Young, we have Vice President Jan Govea. So she's Vice President for Administration, which I made this up last week, means she's the Vice President for everything that isn't in someone else's title. It's probably her. Vice President Garrett Yoshimi for Information Technology, Chief Information Officer, my old job. And Vice President Debbie Halbert for Academic Strategy. Vice President Kerry Okinaga for Legal Affairs and General Counsel for the University of Hawaii. And did I get everybody? You want to meet everybody, or?
No, whatever you think it would be
Okay,
important
that's-
for the committee to know who they
Yeah,
are.
so that's sort of, and it's how we're structured and organized. I mean,
Okay.
in general, everybody at UH, I think we're only missing Vice President for Research and Innovation. Yeah, but everybody else at UH probably reports to one of these people.
Okay, thank you. So, members, we're gonna open up to questions. You know, there are questions I think that we have allowed to go beyond the scope of what this
That's
committee
fine.
should go be
Understood.
doing. And but we'll continue to allow a little latitude. I just think that the reason why I also asked them to introduce the key people was also because I wanted you to know who you could go to after and speak to them in more detail on something that you're interested in. Members, open to questions. Representative Ward.
Chair, thank you for not directing that exactly at me, even though I know it's, stay within the banks of the river. Mr. President, I'm sorry I came in
Good
late.
afternoon, Rep. Ward.
A
Great
pleasure
see
to see you again, but I understand I missed your announcement about when the UH football team was going to be the champions. You didn't say
That's
anything.
next season.
Okay,
Right, yeah, the men's volleyball team, the two-time defending national champions of the nation, start their season tomorrow.
We have a lot to be proud of.
We have a lot to be proud of,
Now into the-
academically and athletically.
But now financially speaking, two questions. One is, you have been renowned in your deferred maintenance area. Are we catching up and kind of not underwater? Do you have an amount, maybe
So
some numbers?
if it's okay, I think what I'll do is, I mean, since we're partly introducing people, I will pass on to the person who's closest, and in this case, it's Vice President for Administration, Jan Gobert.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Sadly, I would say we are still a little underwater, but I would describe our status as stopping the bleeding. So we still have quite a bit of a backlog, but we were trending for many years the trajectory was upward. So I'd say we plateaued. So we've been able to maintain more status quo, but the backlog is still close to about 800 million for the entire system.
Wow, I thought you were going to say below 500.
Oh, yeah, no. For the system.
So you're actually trending down in your numbers?
We're staying flat, so we're able to.
What was the highest then? I've been off this committee for a
Oh,
while.
well, part of the challenge is we insert an inflationary factor every year. We don't just keep, it's a like-for-like replacement value that we inflate at a 5% level every year. And so I would say that it's really been the cost of inflation and the cost of construction that has taken kind of that number that was probably a little closer to 600 million, a little closer to that kind of 800 million range.
Very big, very big.
Yeah.
Second question is a program that you introduced which got a number of Native Hawaiians engaged. Do you have any statistics on that population and the recruitment and the scholarships and the incentive? How's that program going at the university? Do you have a percentage of your faculty or your students?
Yeah, so the last time I looked, and I don't know if anybody's pulling up this is all public. The last time I looked, which is probably a year ago, our student number was about 27% of our head count. Our self-identify as Hawaiian, part Hawaiian. That compares pretty favorably to 22% of the general Hawaii population. That is an activity that's taking place on every one of our campuses. It's been baked into our strategic plans now for some time. I would encourage people who are interested in it, and particularly for a specific campus, we can get you in touch with the campus leader to see what we're doing. But there are a variety of strategies, and I think we also have to give a lot of credit to the federal government, which funds a lot of these programs through Title III and the Native Hawaiian Education Act. And our faculty and administrators have become extremely competent at competing for federal grants You know, we always have tens of millions of dollars of these multi-year grants active across the UH system. Sometimes a campus will get 3 at one time, but I think it's a you know, it's a indication of the acceptance of the federal government of their responsibilities for helping address the challenges that Native Hawaiians have faced, you know, since the overthrow that will be commemorated next week.
Referencing your reference to Representative Kobayashi when we used to fund everything, your present amount is what percentage of what it was in that era?
Percentage-wise, we've gone from, so the typical education jargon, we talk about education in general as being sort of operating budget. So we've gone from 100% state-funded in about 1995 to 35% state-funded across all sources of funding, and then probably still close to 60% of our operations, ballpark, 50 to 60. Between 50 and 60 of the stuff to keep the lights on, you know, teach the English classes, et cetera. So we've stepped up our game.
Would you say you're autonomous then? I know that was a...
I would never use that particular word.
We granted you autonomy.
You, so that's a really
Question
good,
mark?
that's a great comment. Yeah, there's a, that's not the case. I mean, I think we have a greater amount of flexibility than any other entity in the executive branch. But we are here, you pass laws. The Constitution says that the university, that the Board of Regents has the responsibility to manage the institution except in matters of statewide concern, and the legislature has the authority to decide what's a matter of statewide concern. So when this constitutional amendment was proposed, 2000, 2001, I'm looking at, 2000 or 2001, Debbie Hartman is here from UPA. The head of UPA at that time, Jan Musto, opposed the constitutional amendment because he felt that it was going to give a false sense of autonomy that wasn't real. And I think, you know, to some extent that's played out. Whenever you see a bill in the legislature that it says, the legislature determines this is a matter of statewide concern, it means that is the language that works around the plain language of the Constitution, I would say.
But it seems that the more that you do bring in those funds at 65% now, I would think probably more autonomy probably could follow. Hopefully it's going to be
We
followed,
would gratefully accept it.
Yeah, as it comes. Last question, Chair, is really over the banks, but I have to ask it. Well, do you have an opinion on free tuition for your community colleges?
That's a really good question, and it's not over the banks at all. So there's a lot of conversation about this, and we've talked about it with Chair Peruso, who is not, you know, on this committee. I think when we get asked about this, we try to drill into what we are actually trying to accomplish. The term free tuition is sort of jargon at this point, and I think Vice President Young tried to share that where we are on this with the Hawaii Promise Program. So financial need is formally determined, and any of you who went to college may, or have a child who went to college, filled in a FAFSA, free application for federal student aid. And that, the outcome of filling in that form about income and assets is the federal government makes a determination of what is the estimated family contribution that would be reasonable for that family to make toward the tuition of the child. After that is done, then the federal government determines how much that student will be eligible for in what's called a Pell Grant, which is the best federal financial aid there is because it's a grant. It is not a loan that has to be paid back. The Hawaii Promise Program then provides the difference between EFC plus Pell to get to the total direct cost of education, which is tuition, fees, textbooks, transportation. It does not cover cost of living, okay? So is that free? Not really, because the family still has to come up with the estimated family contribution that has been calculated by the federal government. So some of the questions I'd ask about, do we want really free, meaning we don't charge tuition? Then, we can come to you and tell you how much tuition we collect. And if you would like to give us that money, Mike, how much in a typical year?
About 50 million.
50 million. So that's how much tuition we collect from community colleges, including, by the way, their Pell money, which comes from the federal government and then comes into UH as, additional federal support of public higher education in the state. So if we made it free, that would impact our ability to collect Pell dollars. So that's kind of one question, is do we really want free, or do we want, enough help so that the only thing that's required is the EFC, or estimated family contribution? A second interesting question, I think, and students tell us this. I met with our student caucus, which is our student government leaders from all 10 campuses, on Saturday in Hilo. And they made it pretty clear that when they're struggling to afford college, it's not just tuition fees, textbooks, and the like. It is also, they've got to eat, they have to live somewhere if they're no longer living with their families. There's a bunch of other costs, and there's some of them have family obligations. So the cost of living is baked into a number that we call the cost of attendance. COA is the jargon, and every university has to publish that number. So typically that number's in the 20,000s or so when you build in essentially room, board, et cetera, to live in Hawaii. And it varies by island, of course. So, for example, Senator Schatz has introduced bills in Congress that talk about, rather than free college, debt-free college, meaning how do we make sure students don't have to borrow money just so they can live while they're going to college? So it's a really interesting and challenging question that gets to, what are we trying to accomplish? What we have done in this session, as Vice President Young told you, is we've come in with a request to expand the Hawaii Promise program. It's a relatively modest cost, and what we could fairly say at the outcome is that no family would be required to provide more than the federally calculated estimated family contribution in order to cover the direct costs of public higher education in the state. That is tuition fees, textbooks, transportation. But it does not answer the question of the rest of cost of living. That might be something that they would have to consider taking out loans for. And I can go on about loans if anybody's interested.
I'll take that long answer as a maybe and with conditions. For free tuition. It sounds, there's a lot more moving parts.
There's a lot more moving parts than just those two words.
Yeah.
That's what I would
Thank
say.
you, Mr.
We're pretty happy with what we're proposing as being a financially responsible request to the legislature that will help students afford tuition fees, books, and transportation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. President, I'm looking at the amount of money for Community College Hawaii Promise. It's $3.7 million. Was that all used in the last year?
Go ahead. Representative, so currently in the statute, in the base, there's 2.6 million, I believe, 2.6 million for Hawaii Promise. The 3.7 represents the gap that has developed, that is currently UH is actually providing that money for the need. So what we're asking for is to put in public funds that will match up to the funds that are already there to meet the current level of need.
And we're using all the funds.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And then as for community colleges, does the university offer scholarships or other opportunities at the community college level? I only ask because I assume at Manoa and West Oahu there is scholarships being offered to students. So Can you kind of
Yeah,
reconcile?
so I'm gonna say, as far as I know, there is no, other than Hawaii Promise and one other state funded, there is no state-funded scholarships. All scholarships that come through the university, which I have to believe there are at community college as well, is the result or sourced by philanthropy. Yeah, or tuition, but the tuition one is purely based on need. So there's, between merit versus financial need. So there's two, but there's no state-funded other than Hawaii Promise and one other funding program.
Okay, but as far as at University of Manoa, there is need-based scholarship based on tuition that's being offered to individuals
Yes.
who need it.
Yes, and I'm going to say, well, again, I'm not the resident expert on that one, but that's why I keep turning around. But I'm going to say that exists at every campus. There's a level of funding for scholarships at every campus, not just Manoa, not just Hilo. They may be different. The sources may be, through philanthropy, right? There's certain criteria for various students, but whether it's merit or need, it exists throughout the entire system.
And so there's a shortfall of scholarship money for need-based individuals at
Yep.
Manoa. And that's why you're asking for $12.3 million to fund the Promise program.
Through the Hawaii Promise program, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Takanouchi.
Hi, I had a follow-up question also about Hawaii Promise program. Great to hear that so many people are taking use of that money. I know the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities had a gap group of members who are having issues accessing that program, people who had graduated without, I think it's with a certificate instead of a high school diploma. They had indicated they were working with UH on a solution for that. Is there any update on that, or is that going to take, us changing the statute that created the program?
I'm gonna dig while I look. Yeah, that's the program that's run by DOD, state DOD, the alternate certificate that's not quite a GED or a high
Yeah.
school diploma. Yeah, so that's a federal challenge. So they're not qualified for certain kinds of federal aid that requires a GED or high school diploma. We can take them, and I do not believe we have a limitation on the disbursement of state or institutional aid. Anybody want to correct me? Okay, we'll double check, but I believe that's a correct statement, and if it's wrong, we'll get back to you. But I think that's a limitation with the federal side, not with our institutional side.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Moricall, followed by Keela, followed by Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. My question is Kauai related. I hope someone can answer it. But it's the Kauai Performing Arts Center. There was some publicity that came out recently. It shut down because of COVID, obviously. But when they tried to open up again, I guess they found some real bad repair and maintenance issues that needed to be done. So have we addressed that in this fiscal year, or is this something that they're going to need funding for next fiscal year?
Associate VP for Administrative Affairs for the community colleges. We are addressing that. That had to do with the rigging for the curtains. That became a health and safety issue. And we had to get certain kinds of approvals for that. And we have overcome those issues, and funds have been allocated for that. So we're in the process of getting that done.
Okay, just one more follow-up, thanks. The staff evidently that was hired was let go. So is there a possibility that that position will be filled again when that center comes up and can be sustainable again?
Yes, we would definitely look at the program and the requirements for staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Keela, followed by Ayu.
Mahalo, Chair. President Lassner, can I talk to somebody who is your expert in your financial aid department or for your university systems?
I don't think we have, nobody's standing up, we do not have a financial aid expert
Okay,
here
I guess
today.
it'll be you then. I know, I appreciated your answers to workforce development, as that's something I'm always constantly talking about, meeting folks and the evolving job workforce and how we need to stay competitive, especially along the lines, right, of acknowledging that four-year degrees are on the decline might not affect us here just yet. And then I appreciate talking with you about the paper ceiling and whatnot. But you talked about financial aid and you opened up something for me to expand on. Do we pass audits at the financial aid here for UH Systems?
We, in my time, so I'm just over 9 years, we had one material finding on one campus that was resolved.
Okay.
We often have comments that, you know, they found, like they will give us a comment in the audit if, you know, there's a $1.97 differential. But we've only had one that was deemed material and it was addressed by the next year.
So majority it passes clean then?
We pass clean, yeah.
Okay.
We've, like I said, just that one.
Yeah. As a more recent college graduate, I reflect on sometimes the barriers I encountered with financial aid, but also financial aid is the lifeline, I think, to students who are essentially struggling and not knowing how to identify those grants. And my question is, could you speak, if not, we can follow up. I'm thinking about, are the financial aid folks doing their best to meet folks where they're at? Because in college, I got to work in our financial aid department, and if it wasn't for me being those students in full Pell Grant eligibility, working in that department, I would have not known some of the loopholes that will benefit people in my situation, where you're talking about early emancipation, where you're talking about maxing out all the way to the COA. So even though they don't have that cost, if they can get grants, scholarships to cover that, that also can attribute to their cost of living.
So I am not in the packaging business. I would hesitate to go farther than to say it is my belief. So financial aid is, by federal requirement, is done on each campus.
Right.
So we have 10 financial aid offices basically that each function on the campus. I believe all of those people are hardworking and do their best to help students afford college and identify every dollar. They are also, I will just say, highly stressed by if you worked in one of those offices, you know, by a highly complicated set of federal regulations with pretty severe consequences for relatively minor errors. So it's a challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, and if anything I could speak to, I think it is worth investing, if it's not existent already, to have student buy-in into your financial aid programs, because sometimes, even as legislators, right, we might not speak the jargon that our districts are familiar with, and sometimes the professionals in UH Systems aren't necessarily talking what a first-year student understands. So if they don't exist, I hope that maybe in some of your ways you can, especially with work-study monies, to institute bringing those students into the financial aid department. Thank you, folks.
Okay, Representative Ayu, followed by Alcos, followed by Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. President Lazarus, there's been a lot of discussion in the last few days about housing. What is the university doing to increasing student housing for students?
For student housing, we have two P3 projects underway that, if you want details, VP Young can talk about. One is going vertical, the RISE project, where we're working with the University of Hawaii Foundation and private developers to create housing with an entrepreneurship and innovation program in the old Atherton Y, which is owned by the UH Foundation. UH has no financial skin in that game, so it's been an interesting one. The second is not fully baked just yet, and that's a property that we acquired from the federal government at the other side of campus, the so-called NOAA project, or the old National Marine Fisheries. That one's suffering a little bit with the inflation and higher interest rates. So Vice President Young and Vice President Govea are both working to try to understand how we'll make that one financially feasible. The other initiative I'll mention is that over the past roughly year, we've really dug into the UH Manoa housing program at UH Manoa, again, with some leadership from Vice President Govea, looking at our plans for upgrading and modernizing the current facilities. And I think we have some ideas. We don't have a live request in, but how we could add a substantial number of beds at UH Manoa with renovation of existing facilities without having to build from scratch. I will also say we're very interested in developing public-private partnerships for housing at UH West Oahu. We think those programs can attract students from other islands, other parts of the U.S., and other countries. Particularly, we have signature programs in creative media, cybersecurity that we think could draw students. UH Hilo has one of its facilities is going to need a little bit of help in the years to come. Yeah, welcome, Carla. You don't know about this one yet. The lease property. So it's different in different locations, but I think those are the highlights.
And just to clarify, you said UH is not involved in the Atherton project anymore?
We are involved, but we're not financially liable. We don't have a financial contribution into that project. In fact, UH is a net beneficiary. We are getting free space for our innovation program, which will be run by PACE, the Pacific Asian Center for Entrepreneurship in the Scheidler College for Business at UH Manoa.
So UH isn't on the lease for Atherton?
You want to explain the structure? It's complicated.
So the Atherton project is property owned by UH Foundation, not UH or the state. It's to develop housing, student housing for UH students, but UH is not. UH was granted a lease that we have assigned back to the foundation so that the foundation can provide space in Atherton for PACE. But UH is not running student housing. We're not responsible to make sure it's occupied. Our interest there is to have academic space for one of our programs, PACE. So we don't provide funding or personnel to operate Atherton. That's the nature of the P3 structure. We've offshored all the risk in that project to a private operator and developer. But what we've also given up is we don't have any control either, right? It's only for UH students, but we don't control the things such as we're not running it, we're not responsible to maintain it. It doesn't have to be fully occupied. It's not our responsibility, but we also don't control the price either.
I don't know if I fully understand your assignment, but explain how you're not involved if you're assigning the lease to someone else.
So UH Foundation granted a lease, to UH
Understood.
for the PACE space, not the housing, the PACE space, the academic space. UH has since basically reassigned it back to the foundation. So technically, the lease still exists, but it's been subleased by the university back to the foundation. So the foundation is essentially responsible, since they own the property, their private partner, right, that's leasing the vertical, right, will be working with them. The foundation is responsible to provide the space for PACE, our academic program, but not the university. Yeah.
And back to you, President Lasner. You were talking about more students wanting online Zoom classes.
Not Zoom, but online.
Oh, so what kind of changes is the university making to accommodate that, specifically with facilities if you don't need the facilities anymore, and class offerings if they're going to be offered online? And I only ask this because my office manager actually is a graduate student and is being asked to take and is still taking classes. And one of his classes is in person and at 2:30 in the afternoon, 1 day a week. So we're talking about students working, affording cost of living, but then we're assigning classes in the middle of the day, which kind of is hard for some of these students to get full-time jobs and do class if we're only offering classes, when it's not convenient for the work schedule. So what is the university doing for that?
So class times and faculty assignments are made by each department based on their assessment of their capabilities and student needs. We could look at that department if you want to send me a note and say, my office manager is taking this class in this department. We can try to understand why 2:30 once a week was selected. Sometimes the once a week is selected to make it easier for people, rather than, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 1 hour. But different departments try to understand their student needs and their capabilities differently. So it's a pretty decentralized system.
Okay, so, sorry, Chair, but last question. So I recently met with the head of the graduate assistants, and he informed me that graduate assistants are teaching about 70% of undergraduate classes. Can you confirm that, or is
I
that?
can say that is not true.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We
very
can
much.
try to find the number, but yeah, Michael, maybe you can track that.
Yeah,
down.
do you have the number of how many?
I don't think we have it right now, but we. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Was that the Graduate Student Organization, or was that the Academic Labor United?
I'm not sure
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Representative Alcos, followed by Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. My question is more about scholarship money and taking care of our local students here in our community. A lot of our local students is moving to the mainland or going to the mainland, going to school out there and, creating a life out there, which is some good and some bad that we lose our families. But a lot of great college that we have out there has a great program, a great football program, to be specific. Notre Dame built their school around a great football program, Texas A&M. You look, all the top 10 colleges is built with great football program. Do you guys have enough money to build a program to bring in skilled players with scholarship funds? Because once you build a great program, enrollment's gonna be, you're gonna have to push away enrollments. You'll fill up a lot of enrollments, but without a great program, how will you guys plan on continue building your school? I believe that if you have a great program out there, and it's sad to say, it's, football got to do a lot with the community, with the funds in our state and the pride and building out, our families here. We have so much great talents that went moved to the mainland. We want to keep that talent at home. I was wondering if there is enough scholarship monies to pay coaches, even to, for students,
I'll just say, I appreciate that, and I don't know if I took a poll in this building, if everyone would agree that that's the highest priority. Right now, our football program, and I know Rep. Kila was very active in football as a student as well. We run on a shoestring. So our coaches are paid less than most of our coaches. We take care of our students pretty well. I don't think I want to open, a major question for the program of where we'll be playing in 10 years. But this has not been an area of high investment for the state, both publicly, but also, philanthropically. We do our best with what we have, but we are not funded at the level of Notre Dame, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, et cetera. And in general, we try to maintain ourselves at a respectable level. We would like to be competitive and win our conferences, but those are $200 million programs.
And maybe you could put in a budget, and maybe we can build in something from the state.
We
to
have
help
some
out.
requests for support for athletics for both UH Manoa and UH Hilo, just to get us back to where we are. And I hope that will be a solid starting point, and to the extent, this committee can help us, that would be fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Garrett.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and I promise my question is within the riverbanks, specific to the budget here. So I'm looking at Table 6. So, President Lassner, if you don't mind, coming back up. So just
I
wanted
keep sitting down and hoping, but.
We don't want you to get too comfortable there. Just wanted to thank you for your leadership. You brought a lot of stability to the Office of the President. As a graduate of the university, I personally appreciate that, and thank you for bringing your executive leadership team here as well today. So, one of the lessons that the pandemic really exposed was our lack of healthcare professionals that we've kind of, grown. We haven't grown enough of our own, basically. So I'm really excited to see, a lot of line items here in Table 6 to help support, additional careers in healthcare. Because as we know, these are careers that are very personally rewarding. They provide great compensation. It allows for a lot of upward mobility as well. So specifically regarding the, the Health Science Institute, can you explain, or have someone explain the nexus for that and what you hope to see as UH's role in filling this very critical need?
You are on which page?
I am on page 15. You're asking for 6 FTEs, about in the middle of the page.
Is that you? Okay, thank you. Ours are printed with different page numbers, sorry.
Thank you for the question. So this initiative came out of several years of conversation about how we educate our future healthcare professionals at Manoa. And I would say, and I have the dean of our medical school here with me, Lee Ben Consejo Lum. The fields have evolved to the point where there needs to be much more in the way of integrated education and really integrated research and scholarship. So that initiative is aimed at, for the first time, establishing what I would say is a facilitating organization with a lead and an associated grouping of individuals who together would work to create collaboration across the medical school, the cancer center, nursing, social work, public health, and I believe within the first couple of years establish new curricula that cross all of these disciplines and reach into new ones like biomedical engineering, areas that we've only just begun to integrate into those professions.
Thank you, Provost. The Chair, may I ask one more question? Again, this is for President Lassner, so I don't have to ask you to come back up. Since Representative Alquist brought up football, can you just educate us on the impact that the state's inability to provide a permanent home for UH and vis-a-vis Aloha Stadium has had on the university?
Yeah, so I think the story is pretty well known. At the end of 2020, we were informed that we could not have fans in Aloha Stadium moving forward. They told us we could play on the field, but without fans. We did an assessment, and that would be effective by the next season. So that's being told in December for August. We did an assessment of options. Lots of people had suggestions about play at a high school, play on Maui, and one of the options was to add seats at our practice field. And we had a project already planned to replace the turf on our practice field, which is in the Clarence T.C. Ching Athletic Complex. So our assessment of both getting the work done so that we could have a feasible place to play and the costs led us to determine that the Ching Field solution would be the best one for both financially and for the teams. And we did manage to get it upgraded to about 9,000 seats in just that period of time from when we made the decision in February to be ready for the first game. And it was a work in progress. We're probably fortunate that we were not permitted to have fans in that first year because we were working through issues with a pretty major new project done with very little notice. We are now in the process of upgrading that to about 15,000 plus as far as we can get to. And in order to do that, we have to move the track. So we'll be move the track to a different location on campus. The best news about it is that we'll also create a soccer field so we can bring the women's soccer team back from the Waipio complex, and they'll be able to play on campus. We will still, at the end of this, the first phase will be done for the first game of the next season. So August, probably Jen knows the exact date, but end of August. And we should be able to seat 15,000, which is the NCAA minimum for our Division I FBS football program. We have to average that. It is still a very substandard facility. I mean, I'll just say it's the least expensive way we could find to get to 15,000 seats, which is the absolute minimum. But it is, you know, we don't have locker rooms, we don't have plumbing, we bring in porta potties. So it's not an attractive place, you know, to Rep. Alcos's question. It is not something that will attract the best and brightest to say, I want to play in a renovated Ching Field. So we've been super clear, I think, with both the last administration and this administration and the Stadium Authority and DAGS and DBED and whoever. Our goal is to be able to play at, you know, a respectable Division I football stadium. And we are hopeful that the stadium project will find a way forward to achieve that. By statute, the president or designee sits on the Stadium Authority Board, but is non-voting, and through most of the work, we were not invited into the executive sessions where the hard conversations took place. So in general, we have not been at the table in making those decisions, and we are hopeful that, you know, we can be brought in a little more closely. But it's you know, it's challenging for the program, and frankly, it impacts our entire athletics program because football is the highest revenue generator of any of our sports. So we talk about non-revenue sports, women's soccer, swimming and diving, track. Those don't generate revenue, and so they are supported with a combination of the revenue we bring in, what you provide, for which we're very grateful, and then the revenue that we're able to bring in ourselves, primarily from football, but also volleyball. Both teams generate revenue. Men's basketball generates revenue, and in many years, baseball, but not all years. So.
Okay, just as a follow-up, did the legislature appropriate money to you directly to fund these changes at Ching Field, or is this money that you came upon?
No, we have funded that internally, but the reason we were able to do it is that last year when the legislature passed its budget, it did not fully meet what are called the maintenance of effort requirements for funding the university. So after session, the governor provided 50 million. Yes. 50 million in additional funding in order for the state to comply with the requirements of the federal relief acts, which were provided hundreds of millions of dollars to both the DOE and UH. So that 50 million enabled us to free up resources to be able to upgrade Ching, the current Ching project. Yeah, we did not use that money directly, but it freed up resources for us. Yeah, we could not use that money for capital directly. That was part of the federal requirement.
Okay, so the two line items you have in your CIP request, so FY24, there's 12 million for an athletics complex, 18 million in FY25. Is that directly related to Ching, or is that other facilities?
No, that's not for Ching.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. President Potpoy.
Thank you, Chair. So I have 3 questions. First is regarding the early college expansion. I don't know what table this is. On page 9, community colleges are kind of lumped into one category. So I was wondering if you can help break that down into where those will land specifically.
2 positions per campus, I think? Yeah.
And then further, if for Maui specifically, if any positions will be broken down into the education center campuses? Because we have Molokai campus, for example.
The early college positions are not broken down by each education center.
Okay, so is there a plan, do you know, to allocate a position, say, to the Molokai Center?
I think they would be based at Maui College, but for the full program.
Okay, do you know what the cost of each position is?
We could divide that number by 14. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, if you take the community college number, the 577, and is it 7 the first year and then adding some the second year? Is that why the number goes up?
No, it's 6-month funding first year.
Oh, the first is 6 months and the second is 12 months. Yeah. So it's the 1.212750 million
divided
by
by
14, yeah.
thank you.
Thanks.
The second question is regarding the Neighbor Island MD program with JABSM. If you could just expand a little bit more on what the goals of that is.
How fortunate that we have interim dean of JABSM here,
Oh, yay.
Dr. Lee Waikanseolam.
Thank you. Could you repeat your question, please?
Just, it was a broad question. If you could give a little bit more detail about the Neighbor Island MD program and the goals of that specifically.
Sure, happy to. So thank you again. I'm Lee Wenkenseho Lum. I'm the soon-to-be interim dean of the medical school. So our dean, Jairus Hedges, is on vacation. He'll be retiring soon. So JABSM has, for a really long time, tried to increase the efforts, to not only recruit students from the neighbor islands, but to also train them there so that when they're done with their residency and specialty training, they can go back. And so what we were able to do through a combination of some just state funding over the years, but really through philanthropy over the last several years, is actually develop cohorts of medical students that do a portion of their training and on the different islands. And so, but what this specific budget request is we have, currently JABSM has 77 students per year, medical students per year. We really need to get closer to 100, but to do that, we really need to have many more spaces to train them clinically, and that includes neighbor island sites. But in order to have a really high quality training program on the neighbor island, whether it's for students or residents, you need to have faculty and the support services and things that, say for example, we would still have the big hub here in Honolulu, but virtual anatomy or other types of things that could be then done on the neighbor island so that we don't have to build, and replicate everything on the neighbor islands. But beside that, you also need residency positions. So what residency is after 4 years of medical school, you have an MD, but then the students need to decide what specialty they want to go into. And so that training is 3 to 5 years, and then sometimes if they go on for other additional fellowships, that can be another 1 to 3 years of fellowships. In Hawaii, we have 19 residency and fellowship programs in 19 different specialties. It's not enough to cover all of the specialties, but we know that we need to expand in certain areas: family medicine, internal medicine, our primary care specialties, psychiatry, geriatrics, surgery, many of these things. But to get folks for the neighbor islands, we actually have to have a substantial portion of their training there. And so what this money does is it adds, so last session, we had 6.0 FTE and $1.67 million added to our base budget, and that was for Neighbor Island GME expansion. And what that funding has been used for is to support faculty that are on the Neighbor Islands, and will help us build those clinical training environments and relationships with the health systems, but also faculty that are housed here that are expanding all of our programs for neighbor islands and rural areas on Oahu as well. And then that funding also covers residency. So when our residents train and rotate on the neighbor islands, their salary and their travel costs, housing, very expensive, airfare, things like that. And so What this request is this year is actually to expand that. In order to have a high-quality training program, you have to have sustainable funding, and that includes for residency education. And so we're actually not able to, you can imagine, we can't commit to taking a brand new, a third resident, for example, in a specialty, but only have 1 year of funding for their salary, right? And so what this money, by being put into our base budget, it provides for that sustainability piece that we can then leverage with other dollars, which are from the hospitals or from the federal government. So.
Okay, thank you. Representing 3 very rural areas, recruitment, retaining, and then providing a competitive salary package is super difficult.
Yes.
So I was just trying to understand how this program might trickle down into those areas.
Absolutely. So what we've done in partnership with our health system partners and with some of the businesses actually on the neighbor islands and with philanthropy. So on Kauai, for example, because we were able to get the Chan Zuckerberg money and we're working very closely with HST and HPH and others. With Maui, we're working very closely with Maui Health Systems, and Hawaii Island working with Queens and Hilo. And so just really trying to leverage all of that so that if we can, so our piece is really that training piece. But housing is such a problem for all of us. And so as we're able, we want to be there also at the table just to help explain that really important need, because it's housing not only for the trainees, but it's housing for the current physicians, some of who are really fantastic. They moved here, right, from the mainland. They're committed to Hawaii, but 8 years in, they're still renting because they can't afford houses. So it's really going to take this collaborative effort, and we work really closely with all of them to try to help, figure out how together we can, be creative. We don't have any great ideas, but we push that message along with with all of our advocacy work as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Kitagawa, followed by Kobayashi.
Can I just
Sure.
The wonders of technology. So whoever you talk to, Rep. IU, they were off by a factor of 10. The 70% is 7% right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Close.
Huge.
Close.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, President, and to your team. I have a question about your CIP request and infrastructure, and it was about the PV panels. I know at Windward, we do a lot of work with Windward Community College out there. Chancellor Eschenberg is great, and I noticed that they have lots of PV, which is amazing. And UH is also getting PV. I see in here that you're requesting more PV, but I'm wondering about for the other campuses, do they also have, is the goal for UH to have PV at all of the system campuses? You mentioned, your electricity costs in the beginning when you were presenting, so I'm just wondering what the plan is for that.
That would be Vice President for Administration and Sustainability, Jan Gobea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This particular request, the $20 million, it is specific to the Manoa campus. And I would say the Manoa campus is the biggest consumer of energy by far and has the least amount of solar currently installed on its rooftops or its surface parking lots. So we have completed a study of Manoa has over 300 buildings in its inventory. And so we had to do a roof assessment. We wanted to make sure all the roofs were taken care of first, and then we can put PV on. So we completed a study, and this request supports putting basically rooftop PV on any building that can take PV or any surface lot that we can put it on, in addition to some battery storage and things of that nature. So if Miles Topping were here, he's our energy manager, he could really go on and on about it. But this is actually, for our 6-year CIP plan, we could easily benefit from $20 million a year for the next 6 years, and we still would not be close to putting PV on our rooftop. The alternative would be to enter into PPAs, right? That arguably gets solar on our rooftop maybe a little faster. But I don't know if in the bigger picture, that is the most financially feasible for the overall state and even for the university. So we're kind of, at this point, putting forward our optimum strategy, which is to install PV ourselves and benefit from it directly.
So right now, it's only at like Windward and then at Manoa. So the other campuses don't have, or they do?
Oh, no. So the community colleges are light years ahead of what's happening at Manoa, and Associate Vice President Mike Unubasami could really explain that a lot more.
Okay, so they all have, so it's Manoa's really the last one that's
Kind-
sort of
yeah,
waiting on it.
basically.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
President, I think your budget is almost unique. Governor's requests have usually been just, governor's budget has usually been a fraction of the departmental request. I'm not sure that we've seen any department where governor's budget is higher than the department's budget. So what happened for operating?
Governor Green appreciates the importance of public higher education and the University of Hawaii to the future of the state. I don't know if you want to talk about the, quote, previously unfunded positions?
And it really was a matter of the transition from Governor Ige to Governor Green. It's not that Governor Ige didn't support the university. It's just that given the transition, what was originally submitted was targeted around status quo or lights on or static state
Right.
is the official one. So that was a skinnier portion. But between the 15 calendar days in between the time that the transition of the former administration to the date that the budget needed to be submitted to the legislature, there was very little time, but just time enough for Governor Green to identify some key components that were in the original request, as well as some additional items that he wanted to include. And that's actually the result of the health initiative is one example. So that wasn't included in the original concept of the steady state, but it was a platform item that I believe Governor Green supported, and that was one item that he pulled off and inserted. The governor add-ons, for funding of unfunded positions, that was new, and it's about $10 million on the nose, but it was a recognition of, I think for most legislators who have been around, the University of Hawaii might be one of the few departments that has a significant amount of general fund authorized positions of which the legislature does not provide general fund funding for. So it's kind of like unbudgeted positions essentially, but they're listed as, they're appropriated as permanent positions in the budget. You just don't provide the actual funding. So that's been, decades worth of building to that point. So this, I think, was a recognition of trying to get back to the place where, if you have a position in the budget, you actually should have some appropriated
So-
funding to it. So
Governor Green actually gave the University of Hawaii special attention in that 15-day period that he didn't really provide. Gave more attention and money to the university that he did not provide to other departments.
I don't know. I hope that's true.
It is, it is.
I don't know, but yeah.
Virtually every other department has a skeleton budget, with very little add-ons.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think the big one was the health initiative, because that was a big ticket item, but it just maybe coincidentally happened to match the
To me,
governor's
the health
platform.
initiative is a relatively minor dollar amount add-on. My concern about the health initiative is that we have many of these shortage categories. We produce enough people to fill the categories if there were good retention. So this includes MDs, this includes school teachers, and obviously some of your nurses I have a good friend who was a nurse here, right at that hospital, and now is literally a flying fill-in nurse in the Bay Area, and has been doing this for some years, and has a set schedule, essentially the same pay or better than what she would get were she here on a regular, shift schedule. And so I think that the retention issue is maybe more difficult for MDs and nurses because the state of Hawaii doesn't employ them as heavily as teachers. But still, I think that there should be some sort of multi-agency, multi-partnership effort to put together a comprehensive plan so that we can retain these people. I mean, no use producing them and, having them literally leave the state.
I'll just answer maybe briefly. One is, I'll just add in a word to Rep. Garrett's question, and one of the things we're looking at with this health initiative is the jargon that I have learned is interprofessional healthcare, that we can do better if we have the different professions working together. And I think it also creates a more rewarding experience for the practitioners. I met with the Healthcare Association of Hawaii, Hilton Rathel, and his executive director of workforce. And it was interesting to me because one of the things they led with was research from the Society of Human Resource Professionals, SHRM, Society of Human Resource Managers, nationally, that said, and so by the way, your friend who's a traveling nurse, they make buckets of money, and that's one of the reasons the hospitals pay even more buckets, because the firm that employs your friend is skimming a lot off of that. Right. So it's not a very sustainable model for providing health care, but it's great for your friend, so kudos to her. But people will stay in jobs. They don't always leave jobs for money. That's kind of what the research says. And what the Healthcare Association came to us to talk about, and what we're trying to respond to with, and this is true across professions, is providing professional development and advancement opportunities is one of the ways to help retain them. And we need, you're right, that's not something UH can do. But the second comment I want to make is that especially for teachers, I know this, and I haven't seen the numbers for nurses, but I can look at Lee, and I bet she'll say this is true for docs, that one of the reasons we want to educate local people for these jobs is they retain at much higher rates. So the teacher retention, the famous statistic that 50% of our teachers leave within 5 years, that number is much higher for the teachers they bring in from somewhere else than for the teachers we educate here. I'll just say very bluntly, and this is something that Lee's predecessor has taught me, Jairus Hedges, is that the best way to get docs to practice, and especially in rural communities, is to recruit them from rural communities, to go to medical school and do their residencies there, so that when they're done, they're committed to serve in those communities. And so we can't fix everything ourselves, but we're certainly part of that in these shortage areas.
Well, I think that you might not be able to fix everything, but I think the fixing in the area of teacher retention is more within state government purview than perhaps retention of docs and retention of health care.
Yeah, because the state hires them.
Right.
Yeah.
But, everybody sort of points at the other saying, look, if we had better working conditions.
This is my first meeting with the Board of Education and Board of Regents about the teacher shortage. was essentially the Board of Education looking at the regions and saying, you aren't producing enough teachers.
Right.
And the regions looking at the Board of Education and say, yes, we are, you just don't retain them.
Agreed.
And we got to do
And
this
then we
together.
have collective bargaining people to
Yeah,
deal with
yeah,
and,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the ancillary support staff for teachers. We have so
yeah.
many, HSTA, of course, is involved, but those people have never gotten together, to my knowledge.
I think we are at a point, I have spent a lot of time with Steve Schatz from P20 Partnerships for Education and Keith Hayashi, and I think we're pretty determined that we can do a lot better on teacher retention by working together on those things.
Yeah, but we've never seen a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question,
we
and it's
need
baked
a
into
step by
our,
step.
it's baked into our strategic plan. I suspect it will be baked into theirs, and we have some other initiatives around what our education pipeline looks like that will help. I just want to add one last comment to Calbert's about the budget and other agencies. So the other agencies report to the governor.
Yes.
I report to the Board of Regents. We didn't necessarily follow instructions. So we asked, that's our job. We asked for new things in our budget, and I think they were told not to. But since we don't report to them, we didn't have to follow that instruction to don't ask for anything new. So that, I think, accounts for some of why you see our budget looking a little bit different. And by law, it's not all the way to autonomy, but by law, we provide our budget from the Board of Regents to both the governor and the legislature. So that's why we show you these tables that say this is what the board asked for and this is what the governor has approved. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions on enrollment and retention. In the report on page 5, it says you had the highest student freshman class in 2022, but retention is only at, or graduation rate's only at 44% or 62%. Is that normal average across the U.S.
So I
or
think
for public
those, I
institutions?
believe those were the Manoa numbers. So those are the highest numbers in our history. We want to keep improving them.
For enrollment?
The 4-year graduation rate, and was 6 year the highest in history also? Yeah. 4-year and 6-year were the highest in history. So you just have to keep working and pushing them up.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question might be directed at Ms. Okinaga, but I just had some questions. I see a lot of items on the active contracts for outside counsel active contracts. And notwithstanding the ones for patents or anything, can you kind of explain what those, seems like a lot of money, and what your role is at the university and your staff and your department? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. When I got here, we opened about 20 contracts, outside contracts a year. Now we're on the order of, when you rule out patents, contracts, about one, I think we opened 2 in 4.5 years. So we've substantially reduced that, but in fairness to my predecessor and all of the excellent staff that we've had at the Office of General Counsel, we increased our staffing since when I got here from 6 attorneys to 12, 2 of whom are funded by some of the people in the room. Research funds one of them, and JABSOM funds another. So we have cobbled together a critical mass of attorneys to handle 10,000 employees, 12 of us, including myself, to serve 10,000 employees, 10 campuses statewide. Respectfully, I think we have one of the most efficient outside counsel spend. When you add up our entire budget at OGC and the outside counsel total spend, it's 0.25% of the university's total expenditures on an annual basis. So hopefully that helps to explain.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, Representative Ward.
Mr. President, one of your bigger cash cows you haven't talked about, I want to query, bigger than football, actually. It was, at least it used to be, the foreign students. What is the percentage now, what it used to be? Is it still a good revenue generator?
I don't have the number handy right at this moment, but we can send it to you. Certainly, 7 at Manoa. So 7 at Manoa has the highest percentage, and that's 7.
And you have a
7%.
capping at what, 15 or something like that? Isn't
35% non-resident.
So you're way down then?
Well, no, that's the cap is non-resident. It's not.
Okay, so mainland
international.
or
Yeah.
China? Speaking of which, how many people?
China or California both appear.
How many people you got from mainland China? Do you have any numbers?
We can look it up. I mean, it's on a public webpage, but it's down significantly. Our highest is Japan. So we were insulated a little bit from both COVID and the policies of the last federal administration were not helpful for Chinese student enrollment in the U.S. in general.
In that regard, do you have any Confucius money that's there or other substitute?
No, we closed our Confucius Institute because of the pressure.
But there's
from
other
the federal
donors that
government.
have popped up in other university contexts. UH does not have any of the billionaires or the other.
We don't have Chinese billionaires. We have the Chan Zuckerberg
okay.
gift.
Yeah, I was thinking
which
of the
Lee
Chinese
mentioned we were pretty happy about. That was $60 million last year in 2 gifts. One for medical education on the island of Kauai and one for ocean conservation-related research. We've also have gifts from other local billionaires that they haven't been that large, but we are supported by multiple billionaires with homes in Hawaii in programs that they have a passion for.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, we
Thank
just need to get them all up to 60 million.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yes, non-resident students are, well, I mean, I just want to say they diversify the student experience. So, Rep. Elkos talked about keeping students home. One of the benefits of going away is you get a different experience when you go away. You meet different people, you have a different lifestyle, and it's a healthy part of growing up. But two of the things we like to do to help provide that experience for our students are to have a diverse student body. And UH Hilo is often the most diverse university in the country. UH Manoa is the most diverse research university in the country. So we have a lot of kudos. Our community colleges, UH West Oahu, are all extraordinarily diverse. But especially at Manoa, students are likely to encounter more people from other places, Manoa and UH Hilo in particular. Kapiolani Community College has a storied history in this. So even our local students meet people from other places and can grow as individuals. The other thing we try to do is give them opportunities to travel through study abroad, national student exchange, and so forth. And those non-residents pay us a higher tuition rate, which is helpful to generating that.
And without mentioning it, the East West Center is still a gem, a diamond on your campus.
The East West Center is a true gem on the campus, Mr. Fellow Board Member Ward.
We will not ask you for any money.
We are asking together for federal money.
Oh, yes.
Actively to support scholarships for East West Center fellows who will study at UH.
Someone who looks like the gentleman in the second row added the budget to a couple of million, so we're very grateful, even though he looks like it, he knows it. Symbolic of that, anyway. It's working well. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for that.
Thank you very much. Members, any other questions? Okay, Professor Kahalo.
Mahalo, Chair. Just one quick comment. With the report you provided for us today, Dr. Lasner and team, just the accolades of enrollment, gifts, the list goes on, and we should just be honored that our state institution has such wonderful things to be able to say post-pandemic. We know higher education enrollment in some parts of the nation aren't necessarily at its best. So I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations, and hopefully the faculty and everybody that works for the UH system receives those accolades and feels very proud to be part of the UH system. So thank you for all that you do. It's not easy to get those accolades that you listed in your report. So thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Kahaloa.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, I have a couple.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so, you know,
Almost a clean getaway.
Yeah. Yeah. So the, and understand, I do appreciate when we bring in extra money from outside, whether it be federal funds or federal grants and things like that, and, but your comment about that it is, does not cover a lot of operational costs and things like that. So is there a number or a percentage that for every 100 million, it costs us this much in to operate because it doesn't cover?
I'll give a general answer, and then I have my expert here, Vice President for Research and Innovation, who was not here when I introduced the Vice Presidents. Vasilis Simros, just stand real quickly. So he is here now. The way this works is that the federal government approves what is called an indirect cost rate. And what that means is that if we have a research project that we're going to directly expend $100, what they do is we have a direct cost rate, which is currently 53? Yeah, 62 for Kakaako, 50, it varies. But so for every dollar they give us for direct cost of performing the research they're paying us for, they also give us at Kakaako another 60 cents to cover the indirect expenses associated with that. So the idea is it shouldn't cost us, and it does cost us money to do research, but the federal government tries to ameliorate some of the impacts of that.
So there are other grants that don't cover, correct?
There are some that are much lower. Department of Education has a lower rate, and if federal agencies generally don't go all the way to zero, the state is actually the worst. Yeah, but it's our job. I mean, we're not begrudging it, but if a state agency asks us to do research, we're not going to get 60% on that.
Yeah, so what does it cost?
Well, so the best estimate, it's a very rigorous process. So let's just say the state were to ask the medical school to do something that costs $1 million. I think we could pretty fairly say that actually costs us $1.6 million to do that $1 million worth of work, just because of the rigor of the federal process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then the other that we struggle with is, because of your semi-autonomy, is that when there is attrition or things like that, and positions open, positions get moved, and then in future budgets, another request comes for the same department or same area, and we have problems tracking where those positions are. And I guess what I'm asking is, we need to have more cooperation, or the ability to track where everything is going and to understand it a little better.
I think, we would be willing to do that, and I won't either deny or apologize, but you're right that this is, the flexibility we have is that if enrollment goes down in Latin and up in Hawaiian, and a Latin faculty member retires, we will hire in Hawaiian rather than in Latin, and that is absolutely within our statutory authority. And you're right that I don't think we have a direct method of saying how we did that, but we know we did it, so we could find a way to tell you. I mean, I think we're doing the absolutely responsible thing.
I think we just want something a little more formal that we can actually track it and see where it's going.
Maybe we can work with your staff,
Yes, please.
with our budget office.
Okay,
and
thank
your
you very
team.
much.
Yeah, thanks.
Representative Kobayashi.
What is federal indirect cost rate for Stanford? or University
Stanford?
of Seattle, Washington and Seattle?
It's above 60%. Stanford's around 75.
Stanford's around 75.
And University of Washington 62 or 63. They're much higher than us. Because they
75%
reinvest.
at Stanford.
Yeah. I mean, this, that indirect cost rate reflects what we actually spend. So we have to spend the money to support research in order to then have the federal government, it's considered a reimbursement of our actual indirect expenses, yeah.
Okay, thank you. You know, I just want to say that, you know, it does happen, and I understand why you do it, and there are good things that come out of it. And I remember that one of the first things I experienced, and it was actually with you, where in the early years when I first started overseeing the capital budget, with one of your predecessors came up with this renovate to innovate model, and then we appropriated money to build your IT building, and it was short, and then they yanked the money out of the renovate to innovate, and then I found out a year later. But you know, so it's.
I'll just say, so that bill. So she felt that, you know, this is my direct predecessor, that was a worthwhile investment in our ability to conduct research, and it has proven to be so. We have built up, you know, millions of dollars.
No,
in
you know,
research.
Dr. Lazar, that building is a great building. I've been in that building.
And it supports research
That's right.
in a serious
That's right.
way.
I'm just saying that we need better communication with
Okay.
the legislature to let us know what's going on
Okay.
when these things do happen.
We, you know, so for example, on the CIP side, we do ask for the money in broad categories, but internally we know where every dollar went. And again, our staff, you know, for the community colleges and for the general university-wide RIM, we
Again-
absolutely can tell you
yeah,
where it goes.
Again, my point is that we just need a more timely kind of communication.
Yep.
All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very, very much, everybody. We're in recess. the Committee on Finance will come back to order. Next up for us is the Department of Health. Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, other committee members, and Chair Baladi. My name is Kenny Fink. I'm the governor's nominee to be the Director of Health. I'm accompanied here today with many of our staff. I'd just like to introduce a couple. Our first deputy, Susan Fernandez. Hey, hi, Susan. Okay, Behavioral Health Administration Deputy, Marion Suji. And Kathy Ho, our Environmental Health Administration Deputy. We have many other staff here who are available to answer any questions that you might have later today. Okay. I'd also like to introduce Janet Barriman, who's a District Health Officer from Kauai, flew in for today to be here, and also John Coleman, who's a District Health Officer from the Big Island. So I want to thank them for joining us. Okay. This is my third day on the job, and I actually had the opportunity to meet some of my staff while waiting outside. So I will be phoning a friend with a lot of your questions and doing the best that I can to provide the information that. So I appreciate your understanding today. I'll refer you to the written testimony that was submitted, and we'll not go through that in great detail as you already have access to that, but we'll just highlight a couple of things if that's okay. Now, the Department of Health, our mission is foremost to protect and promote the physical, psychological, environmental health of the people of Hawaii. And following the CDC's framework of essential public health services, the Department of Health performs assessments such as monitoring, investigation, policy development, including through education and community partnerships, and assurance through evaluation and enforcement. Now, respectfully, I'd like to begin with just some highlights from 2022 to give you a flavor of the kinds of work that we do, and to pay attention to our accomplishments over this past year. Without going into great detail, we've been busy with COVID. And I just want to acknowledge and thank all the staff and all their hard work. They have been sprinting a marathon in trying to keep our public safe, and I just want to recognize all that they've done. And that was a huge lift for the department. And I think in my short time, what I've also been pleasantly surprised and impressed with is, while it was all hands on deck, they also maintained core public health functions. So they continued to take care of the public and doing what the department needed to do. So I really want to acknowledge their ability to have done that. Other things that have occurred that often we may not know about, and you know, a lot of what we do in public health, our success is the absence of something. So we may not have heard a whole lot about, we heard some about monkeypox cases, Legionella, and keeping us safe from the Sudan Ebola virus outbreak. So that was all work that goes on to keep us safe and keep some of those things under control. There are other efforts to increase colorectal cancer screening and reduce adolescent vaping use. The Dual Use of Cannabis Task Force completed their report, submitted that to the legislature. With Emergency Medical Services, EMS, there was a successful transfer to the city and county of Honolulu. My understanding is that that has been going well with the county taking on those responsibilities, and I'm not aware that they've communicated any problems regarding that with us. Also with EMS on Kauai, there was a transfer of the radio network infrastructure to improve efficiency over on Kauai for EMS. Moving on to behavioral health, there was the national implementation of the 988 crisis number, and that was successfully implemented in Hawaii. Just as a public service announcement, it's routed by area code. So if someone has a phone number with an area code that is not 808 locally and calls, they will be routed outside of the state for care. So it's those 808 calls that get routed here for us to be able to respond to locally. With that continuum of care, we increased and improved our crisis mobile outreach response time to less than 45 minutes on average, trying to respond when people do call in crisis. And one of the major accomplishments was really the opening of the state hospital. and people are available to answer more questions about kind of the status of that and beds. So I'll phone a friend for that one. With behavioral health in the state hospital, they were the first graduates of the mental health technician certificate program at Windward Community College. And they've already, as I understand, been employed and are helping out. 160 evaluations were completed under Act 22. So with that program to try and do more rapid evaluations to allow diversion, we were able to start with that work. Moving on to environmental health, the Red Hill response. Recognize Kathy Ho and her team. All these things take team efforts for how we're able to try and do our best to keep our public safe. And let's see. From a laboratory perspective, implemented wastewater surveillance testing and trying to leverage that technology for how we can, again, better do early detection and need to provide responses. Final report was submitted to the legislature regarding the cesspool conversion, and there was expansion of some vital record services to the neighbor islands. So that's just a sampling of some of the things that we do, the breadth of what we do, and how we service the entire state. Okay. You have before you Governor Ige's budget, which is primarily base operations. So there are only a couple of new additions that I'll try and call out. And we'll be working with Governor Green on requests to be included in hopefully a future governor's message. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the success of public health is oftentimes the absence of something, which makes it sometimes difficult to assess the appropriate level of resourcing. So if nothing occurred where you're overstaffed to make sure nothing occurred, could you have done that with fewer people? And that's something that I think is a responsibility for leaders to constantly assess what's the right level of staffing to be able to accomplish the goals that we're seeking. And oftentimes you could do more of something and get more reassurance and reduce that risk. So a lot of these things are risk management. So when we look at staffing levels and I talk about our vacancies, it's that we're still able to perform services, but maybe not quite as much. So what's that balance? And we need to be responsible fiscal stewards to make sure that if we're over-resourced, we have to acknowledge that. And if we're under-resourced, we want to acknowledge that as well. Our people are our greatest resource. They're the ones who do the work. So again, my thanks to this department, which I believe has nearly 3,300 positions. Unfortunately, we have a 26% vacancy rate. And that has had an impact. And I'm in the process of trying to understand of those vacancies what that impact is and how we would go about trying to mitigate that. Even though we have that vacancy rate, we are asking for additional positions. And those are different positions. So some of the vacancies that we have and how we're mitigating that is through contracts, such as with the state hospital. So we're continuing to provide those services, but we're doing it through contract rather than through employees. And there are other ways that we've tried to maintain our core responsibilities despite the vacancy rate. Let's see. Like probably many departments that have testified before you that have reported vacancies, it is a challenge. It is a widespread challenge. What is the current marketplace? Do we provide competitive wages for what the private sector offers? Do we have an efficient process to find qualified people and onboard them? So there are a number of challenges that we're trying to work on, and developing our workforce needs to be a priority as we go forward. So some of the new positions when we talk about expanding or evolving our public health workforce include, just by way of example, trying to create an environmental planning office, which would be comprised of scientists working on climate change and how climate change impacts health. Whether or not we're able to implement changes and decrease the trend or rate of climate change, we have to be prepared for different vector outbreaks. If water rises and disrupts environmental sources, what's the health impact of that? So we need to look at climate change including from a public health lens. And we want to be proactive in trying to do that. Other positions that have been asked for include for food manufacturing inspectors to make sure that our local food supply is safe. And for other positions to ensure that we're complying with our legislative requirement to ensure that hemp sales are as they should be and okay. So provide that oversight. For our district health offices, they have expanded their work in serving their neighbor island communities, but they have not received additional resources to do that. So one of the inclusions in the budget include additional funded positions to support our district office islands, district health offices to support our neighbor islands. Okay, just calling out a couple of additional funding asks that are significant amounts. So one I want to highlight was a $13 million ask for the Developmentally Disabled Division, DDD. There's been an increase in the number of individuals receiving services through that program. And there's also, to ensure that access to services, to increase our reimbursement to providers and try and develop new providers. That is largely a Medicaid program, so that ask would receive a significant federal match. Another ask was for $47 million, and that's for, as I understand, neighbor island EMS services. That was included in the base, and it was supplanted with ARPA funds. And it's with the expiration of those funds that we need to restore the general funds. So it's not an increase in the level, it's just restoring the general funds that were able to be supplanted with federal funding for a limited period. And there's a $10 million ask for a loan repayment program to be administered by JAPSOM. So we may respectfully request that those funds go directly to JAPSOM instead of the Department of Health for efficiency purposes. Some department requests that were not included in Governor Ige's submitted budget, I just wanted to bring to your attention, included $6 million for additional mental health services for children and adolescents, $12 million over 2 years for primarily psychiatric technicians and also security managers to support work at the state hospital. $1 million for the state lab for actually increased electricity cost and equipment maintenance. Operating expenses for the 3 district health offices. So even though we're got some positions in, they actually have increased overhead that we're trying to get resources for. The number of our communications office positions are funded through a COVID grant, and those funds will be expiring. And we believe it's important to be able to provide information to the community, to keep them informed, to know what we're doing, but also through communications for health education and otherwise as an effective public health intervention. And as the department has grown through grants and certain positions that are funded under grants, our Human Resources Office has not received any additional resources. So we have 26 staff supporting a department of 3,300 positions, and there was an ask for additional resources to support our staff. Okay. Some other significant projects that we're working on, there are 2 that are important, so I just want to mention. We are convening the Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee. So that is being worked on to identify the distribution of those funds. There are specifics about how they can be used in opioid-related activities, and that's being worked on. And the Department of Health also received a workforce infrastructure grant that I believe is about $14 million over 5 years. That was awarded just at the end of last calendar year. So we're working on understanding those requirements as the CDC has been changing them a little bit And I look forward to learning more about how we're able to leverage that to improve our public health workforce. So what I would like to, again, just communicate to you today, I think we may be the largest department in the state or near to it. We have a very broad scope to, again, protect and promote the health of our public. And we appreciate all the support that you provide to allow us to do this. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, members, Chair Bellotti is going to be leaving, so we're going to let her go first.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fink, wonderful to see you. I'll just jump in with a question about Oahu HHSC and the plans. As mental health treatment has been identified by our policy committee as one of the top priorities, we need to have mental health treatment beds. So I'd like to know the department's plans with respect to Oahu HHSC to help use some of those areas for stabilization beds, and what is the monetary ask that we need to build out more mental health treatment beds in the community, if it's not already embedded in your plan?
So Chair Bellotti and members of the committee, last year we embarked on a study to see how much it would cost to transfer Oahu region, which is Leahi Hospital and Maluhia, over to the Department of Health so that its resources could be better utilized by our mental health division. In conducting that study, we found that it would cost $10 million to initially bring the Oahu region over to the department, because we would have to build out the infrastructure. Many of the regulatory requirements that are required by running a skilled nursing home are things that the department doesn't have. We would have to transfer a number of contracts over to the department, and HHSC currently gets some economy of scale by running these contracts for the entire state. And not to mention the labor issues between the skilled nursing facility and the psychiatric. Although everybody kind of thinks that hospitals are hospitals, they're all different kinds of hospitals. Right now, we are renting some beds from Leahi for a program, for adult mental health program, for substance abusing mentally ill patients. And we would be interested in leasing more space. But Leahi facility is very old. I don't have numbers in terms of what it would take to basically rehab their infrastructure. But I do know, and Leahi could probably talk to this a little bit better, but I do know that to house psychiatric, mentally ill, or substance abusing patients with skilled nursing facility patients, there are some credentialing issues, so that you really need to have a good, strong wall between the two populations. So that was a big concern. But they do have other facilities that are not part of the main campus that we would be interested in renting if the space is available and appropriate.
So I guess in follow-up, I understand from the last briefing by HHSC that you as the workforce or the working group have decided that we don't need to do the transition. But you still have to come to the legislature for us to actually effectuate it. And I guess what I'm concerned about is that there's this great need. I know that there are other individuals, I don't know if it's in DHS or AMHD, but there's constant talk about needing more kind of transition beds for mental health treatment for those coming out of the state hospital. I'm looking at the results coming from the pilot program that you guys have worked through with the judiciary on dealing with nonviolent petty misdemeanants, who are the very people that we're concerned about, because they're the ones, the homelessness cycling in the community that we're seeing, and we are saying we need mental health treatment for them. So I guess there needs to be a further conversation throughout this session to determine what really is the plan for Leahi. Because I hear you, yes, we can't mix populations, but there is an asset sitting there at Leahi that could be converted to some kinds of beds, and I don't know if it's stabilization beds or longer transition beds, or I don't know what it is. But we have partnerships with groups like HHRC doing the treatment in the community, right? If part of their need is for bed space, then why can't Leahi be repurposed? So I think there's going to need to be a broader conversation because we need to figure out this issue of mental health beds and where they are in the community. Can you speak to any of that, or?
We would definitely agree with that. I'm wondering where Dr. Curtis is. Oh,
And maybe Dr. Curtis can
Yep.
speak to that because she's been working on the mental health task force, right? That's looking to build out, we need intermediate facilities.
So
So is that
Dr.
also in the budget for?
so Dr. Curtis is the division chief for adult mental health.
And none of these initiatives are currently in the budget in any form, in any, as asked.
We
So these
do-
would be,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay, go ahead.
Very sorry. Yes, I'm Amy Curtis, the administrator of the Adult Mental Health Division. Thank you for having me here. We do have in the budget funds for the renovation of Goonsburg building. So that's listed in there through fiscal year 25. That's very important, and that would include that longer-term stabilization. What you're talking about is something I think that is very important. There's a combination of needs here. There are individuals that we're seeing that are not ready for treatment at this point, and we're still working at how to develop that, because those individuals we're offering treatment to but are not accepting it and are not dangerous to themselves and others as defined by the statute. So that's one thing there. For other beds, there are additional bed space that we're looking for. This is from, we've increased our number of case management-based stabilization beds. However, we could use a further 8 beds or more on the island of Oahu, we're talking here. And then there also are 24-hour and 8 to 16-hour group homes that are used for those with serious mental illness. We again could use for additional beds for those as well. So we are looking at adding those bed space as available. What is usually done is that there is the contractor who's providing that service finds those that comes along with those beds themselves. That's a traditional way with group homes, with many of those services. If there are spaces that we identify that we can use, such as Goonsburg, though, we want to be able to do that as well, obviously.
Thank you. I think there's going to be lots more conversations, but thank you, Chair, for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Oh, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Curtis. Can I ask a follow-up about Goonsburg? So I'm just wondering if you talked about it being used for mental health and for, maybe stabilization beds and things. Is there a bigger plan? Like, do you envision, now that we've moved everyone to the new state hospital facility and you're looking at renovating, how many bed spaces would that potentially be at Goonsburg? Because I see you have $39 million in CIP requests for that.
Yeah, so one thing to bring up that I think is really important for us to understand in the last couple of years, just in the last year and a half, just on HSH campus itself, we've had an increase in 37% in our census. So I just want folks to understand that that's not staying static. So although we added a new facility, a new state hospital at the same time, we've had much more individuals being sent, because again, these individuals are court ordered and sent there to the hospital. So in looking at the master plan, we're trying to look at a moving target for the number of individuals that are needing these services, which makes it a little bit more difficult. But what we do have a plan for right now is we know there are individuals, particularly those that are co-occurring, substance use and serious mental illness, that tend to need longer-term rehabilitation, particularly if they need a lot more help on that substance use side as well. So we're looking at some of those longer-term stabilization for those that would free up space in the Hawaii State Hospital for those who need that acute inpatient psychiatric level of care. that would really help with that with Goonsburg, as well as there's some individuals with complicated medical and psychiatric needs longer term that could be helped at Goonsburg as well. So we're looking at flexible space that we could use at Goonsburg, seeing how much things have just changed over the last year and a half. There are also some additional spaces on the campus that we're looking for to help with these intermediate stabilization and shorter term stabilization needs as well. And one of the things I know we highlighted, but I think it's really important to highlight, is just in the last couple of years, while we had COVID going on, we did add these short-term case management-based stabilization beds. We had never had those before, and those are really helping with our service provision just to allow those individuals to go there and stabilize, but we still have more needs in the community, as you see.
And quick follow-up, so for Goonsburg, it wouldn't just be court-ordered patients, right? It would be people that like if they were in the community and they needed this stabilization, but would that be available if there was space?
The plan long-term for Hawaii State Hospital is to be able to help anyone who's in need. If we work on decriminalizing mental health, which we're working on, and we're working on jail diversion, this is going to make a big difference, because if we continue to have more people court-ordered, then that impacts how much space we have at the facility. But yes, it's a plan.
Can you?
Chair Bellotti.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
Can anyone expand upon what's happening at Maui for that community-based mental health center? Because I think the conversation has been somewhat Oahu-centric at the moment, but how is that a piece of solving the mental health treatment issues? And can you explain that to the committee? I believe it's federally funded. Do you need state funds for that as well?
Yeah, so we did put in our budget request for funds for this. So traditionally, we've had what are called community mental health centers, which serve as safety nets and provide outpatient services and walk-in. You can come in and get help. There's a realization that many of those individuals will have co-occurring substance use or have other issues that have gone on. So nationally, there's been a move to go to what's called a certified community behavioral health center. This will help anyone. You come in, you can get help with any behavioral health issue or be referred. Maui Community Mental Health Center, which is part of the Adult Mental Health Division, is the first center in the state, and I think we're one of the few states that didn't have one before, that's now been funded to become this certified community behavioral health center. We are looking at trying to have those for sure in each of the neighbor islands, because it provides a safety net to be able to get help for individuals who need it. And so we did ask for some more positions to allow us, because you're open more hours and you have a greater variety of services that you're providing.
Just as a quick follow-up, is this the kind of place where, say, Maui police pick up someone on the street, and instead of taking them to the ER, they can take them to this community mental health center and get treatment there if the statutes provide for that? And so therefore it's helping divert from the acute hospitals?
There can be I will not use acronyms, certified community behavioral health centers that can do that. There is a certain level of care you need to be able to drop off someone where you do not know if they have a physical health issue, if they're having a mental health crisis. So that very acute drop-off location, I think we would have to look at as a state, and the funds we would need to do to put in to make sure you have personnel that could handle whatever is happening when that person's dropped off without any information about them. Again, whether that's a physical health crisis, a mental health crisis, but fully actualized, they can help with that.
So just as another further follow-up, I think as you guys build this out, you need to make sure you build that in, because in the pilot program that the judiciary is running, the report is from Big Island, is that they don't have a facility that they can drop folks off. Here on Oahu, the pilot program is working because they're sending some of the people to state hospital. So if our neighbor islands don't have these kinds of places where they can drop folks off, we need to start to figure out, one, how are we gonna build them out, and then how are we gonna fund them? I think really important that as you build out Maui, that you build this in and have the conversations with the police force, the law enforcement, and the judiciary, because everyone is sitting around the table wanting to help with this. And if you're building it out now is the time to get the buy-in.
Okay, thank you. I agree. It's needed resource.
Okay, instead of, so,
Okay.
so if you go even one step further, so Department of Public Safety also has many of those types of issues that eventually become very problematic for them because they're not set up to deal with those types of patients. So I know that Chair Hashem is also looking into trying to figure out how to work with you guys to how would that work? Have you ever had any of those conversations with public safety?
Yes, we do. We work closely with public safety, and we are actually also going to be talking to Chair Hashem as well. So yes, we are having those conversations and working together in concert, and that is why it's so important. This state work group, unofficially, I guess, group that's working together to look at how we do mental health reform. So we're working closely with judiciary, with PSD, with law enforcement, with all the different partners and stakeholders that are involved in this, because we all have to work together to make this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, members will open up to this side. Any questions? Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Chair. This is related in that we know substance abuse is huge and that does eventually lead to mental illness, right? So I just came back from an opioid policy meeting, and my thoughts, and I also experienced a bad one with a relative. He ends up going into the hospital. He needs help, but he doesn't know where he can go for his addiction. So I'm thinking, I heard of a medication-assisted treatment, mobile clinics. Would something that would be, the medication they need to get off of their addiction. Would that be an initiative that could be funded by the opioid settlement money?
I believe if it's opioid related, it can. There's a small portion of the funds from the settlement that will be able to address other drugs.
Yes.
But we need to make sure that we carve that out and identify that. Unlike the mainland, we don't have the kind of opioid problem that the mainland has. We've got a meth problem.
Right, but they consider all of that
Right.
together when you talk
Yeah.
about substance abuse. Yes.
So.
And that's like Kauai. I'm talking about Kauai. We don't have that. If someone wants to recover from addiction, they have to go fly off island somewhere. They just don't have a place that they can go and feel comfortable about getting medication to help with their addiction.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm looking at. What can we
So-
do on my island or Big Island to help get access to that area?
So we're looking at, this advisory group that's been formed, we'll be looking at how do we expand treatment availability for folks. On the immediate side, if folks call the Hawaii Cares line, they can get referred to the appropriate treatment program that they may need.
And is it available on Kauai, do you know?
We have enough treatment programs? Probably not. Kauai is totally
We have one doctor who
under-resourced.
is dedicated to trying to help, but
Yeah.
his hands are kind
Yeah.
of tied.
Yeah. Neighbor islands
So-
are totally under-resourced.
Yeah, so think about it, because I might be introducing something that might
Okay.
be in that field. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and thank you, super large department, for being here. I just, as our, silver tsunami population is growing, biggest in the nation, and just people with drug disabilities and what have you, I know there's a few cases. I'm from Maui County, and the in-house nursing programs. Just wondering who can speak to that. Just people who can still live at home, but they need a little bit of assistance, help with laundry, help with cleaning, doing dishes, just because the mobility for them is difficult. Taking out the trash, raking the yard a little bit. I have a friend who has that, but not everybody can, there's not enough bodies to go around to assist with help like that in-house. So you're able to speak to that subject? Thank you.
We haven't met yet. Caroline Calderal, Executive Office on Aging. And we're an attached agency to the Department of Health, and we ensure that there's long-term services and supports for older adults, 60 and older, in the community. So in Maui County and also in all the other counties, we have our area agencies on aging. So they operate the Aging and Disability Resource Centers, and they provide various services to elders that want to remain at home, and that's the intent of our Kupuna Care program, is that older adults can remain living at home for as long as possible with added supports. So they could just reach out to the, I can give you the number, it's 808-643-ADRC, 2372. And they can, if they're looking for help in the home, publicly funded services and supports, we've gotten a lot of support from the legislature for those programs.
Oh, that's good to hear. Chair, a follow-up though, but I'm also not just our Kupuna population, but a girlfriend of mine who actually will be here on opening day, she got into an accident, now is in a wheelchair.
Right.
So, she's one who shared with me her difficulty and challenges in having someone come in to bathe and do all the necessities we take for granted we can do, but she needs assistance.
So our Aging and Disability Resource Centers can support all individuals. We can help them to navigate on how they can find services and supports in the community. It may not be our state-funded, publicly funded services and supports, but we can help them to look at what are some of their options that they may have out in the community. We do have a workforce shortage, though, with our long-term services and supports, but it's something that they're trained to do, and to look at what are the natural supports in the community and what are the and look at different options for individuals, so they could help them with that, and to develop a plan to help your constituent or your friend.
Yeah, I think it was the workforce, the lack of people with this expertise to spread the kuleana, the kukua around. And then a follow-up question, Chair, if you don't mind, and thank you, I'm not sure, but I just, being from West Maui in particular, and maybe a few of you have heard of the ongoing talk about a West Maui hospital itself. In fact, the president of their nonprofit foundation was here and visited appropriate, legislators to discuss where they're at with the grant and aid and what have you. So I don't know, I mean, I'm not saying fund them or anything, but just what are your thoughts or any ideas into this being needed in this part of our state that affects, as if Maui, we have the one hospital, Maui
Correct.
Memorial.
Right.
So I live in Lahaina, West Maui, or some of the valleys even north of Kapalua, where I actually do live. My husband had a heart attack. It just, and he, from there you have to go all the way across the Pali and the
Correct.
drive and all this. Not even talking about places like Molokai and Lanai.
Exactly.
So just some thoughts, and I don't know how you folks can help us support such a needed service.
And I think that's probably discussions we could have with maybe others in the room, but I think that looking at the needs right now, we are looking at both our state plan on aging for the next 4 years and also the area plans on aging. So I can take back what you just shared with me, discuss it with Rowena, who's the county executive there at the Maui County Office on Aging, to see how we could look at supporting.
Dagdagandaya?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yes, I know her personally.
Yes.
Have her in my soul, I'll give her a ring too.
Yeah, okay.
Very good, okay.
Yeah, I know she just moved
She's-
over to
oh, she has a
Aging
big
in
heart.
March.
She will be
She
an
does,
asset.
yes.
Yes, okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time here, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, members? Representative Portman.
Thank you, Chair. Is there anyone here that can speak to some of the results of the 988 hotline? Specifically, just curious what the call volume has looked like, the response times, and even if possible to see like broken out data by zip code to understand where more resources might be needed.
Sure. Just overall, so everyone knows there's a dashboard that is at bh808.hawaii.gov for behavioral health, and it includes pretty updated numbers on the crisis line and the numbers that they're receiving. We do not have it, I think, broken down by zip code. I'll look at that, but we're looking at further ways to break down those numbers. We did see some increases in the fall and saw a little bit of decreased calls actually in November and December, but continuing to have a high level of calls into the crisis line. But the specific numbers, I don't want to say them and say I'm wrong, they're on that dashboard up through, I think, mid-December right now. We'll continue to have those available. The response times for 988 are remaining in a range. We want to improve. I think the last I saw was maybe 80% or more being answered in a very short number of rings. We want to get it up to over 90, but it's been improving, and they are responding very quickly to that. Now, I do want to reiterate what you heard today, which is really unusual. It's federal, so when you call 988, whatever your area code is, you're getting called. So then when they realize you're not in the area where your zip code is, if you do need someone physically, they are then transferring them nationally through the calls. So there's that part of it as well. And then we continue to also have many calls, and you will see the number of them on the dashboard that are individuals that really want to just talk to someone or get help, and are continuing to do a good job with responding to those routine calls as well.
So I just want to make sure and clarify that everybody understands. Hawaii has had a crisis line for a number of years, over a decade. And we have an 808 phone number that's been available to everybody. There were a number of counties and states that did not have a crisis line stood up. And so that's where 988 came in. So for most of our local folks, they know what the Hawaii Cares number is, so they've been using that. And then 988 was brought in, and so we added that into our regular line.
Thank you. The other question I had, just to kind of piggyback on the Maui conversation, if anybody can tell us how many stabilization beds are on Maui? In Maui County.
Right now, there are not stabilization beds. They're in the process of being expanded, but right now they are not available in Maui. They have them on the Big Island in Oahu right now. We have put requests for proposal out, and we're looking at adding 8 beds in Maui.
So Maui County residents would be transferred to Oahu?
Sorry, those are the case management-based stabilization beds. We have for years had licensed crisis residential shelter beds, so those 8 beds have been in Maui and they are still there. They are often filled, but yes, you do have licensed crisis residential shelter beds available on Maui. We're trying to expand and add case management-based stabilization beds as well, so another 8 beds to add to that. Yep.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry, really quickly, could I get some clarification about one of the priority requests you highlighted for the home and community-based services waiver funds? Hi, thanks. Just some clarification. Sorry, I'm really trying to get up to speed with a lot of these programs you guys have going. I think this is a great service that we're providing to the community. I guess with the increase, or with the current waiver, how many of the 3,500 people in the program are covered? And with the increase you're asking for, how many more is it going to be more people you're able to serve, expanded services, or what does the increase look like it's going to be covering?
Great questions. Mary Brogan, I'm the Administrator for Developmental Disabilities Division. Thank you for the question. So out of the 3,500 or so that we serve on an annual basis, probably about 31 to 3,200 are enrolled in the Medicaid waiver. And that means that we get a federal match. It's a state federal partnership with Medicaid. We constantly see a increase in population. We're averaging about 100 new participants that come to our program, that grow our program on an annual basis. So it's just to be able to provide the services for those people. So that's our primary ask, is that growing population, as well as to be able to pay our providers to have a continued viable provider network. So we do a rate study to see what it costs to provide services. It's a requirement of the Medicaid waiver to do a rate study like that. And we did not implement that rate study during the pandemic, and so it's for that, as well as to accommodate the minimum wage increases for the providers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions, Representative Ward?
Thank you, Chair. This is the most masks I've seen in this room with your department. So I have a COVID question. Who's the COVID expert for an update on what's going on with the department in COVID, and where are we post-COVID, middle COVID? China's going to give us another dose of COVID. Who's got the latest from DOH?
Hi, let me first start by introducing myself. I'm Nathan Tan, Dr. Nathan Tan. I'm the Deputy State Epidemiologist. And in terms of where we are with COVID, you know, we came out of a wave in this spring and summer, and we're in a much better place now. We continue to monitor, variants that are variants within the state, and then variants that are across the country. But also we have a insight in terms of some of the variants that we are seeing in travelers coming out of places like of China, where we don't have a lot of good information of what's happening with COVID.
Do we check them at the border, by the way? Some states or some national program was going to have them give their COVID tests. Did the U.S. do that, or does Hawaii do it?
Yeah, so again, my understanding is that we require, the U.S. requires COVID testing for individuals coming from China, Macau, and Hong Kong, and a negative COVID test upon arrival. In addition to that, you know, for flights that are coming in, there's also wastewater surveillance that goes on to look at if there's COVID in the wastewater on the flights, and you know, what are the variants that are being seen as well.
And you guys do that research?
That's not a state. So, look, so let me take a step back and tell you what we do here locally. So we have several surveillance systems that are set up to understand the caseload and the variants within the state. So we track, we get reports back primarily through from the commercial labs. So that gives us an idea of the total caseload. And then within the positive samples that are being collected, we also do sequencing of the COVID, determine the different variants that are circulating within the state of Hawaii. In addition to that, we test wastewater from various wastewater treatment plants across the state. And that gives us also an insight into the different variants that are circulating. So the combination of those are the main surveillance systems that we have set up here locally.
And what's up with the China variant that they said may be more lethal? Is it, or is it theoretically just more lethal?
My understanding that the variants that, again, the information that we have that comes out of China is limited. So in terms of the total case numbers, the burden of illness that is being seen in terms of hospitalizations and death is not, at this point, it's not felt to be reliable. So the question is, the variants that we see coming out of China, my understanding is that the variants that are being reported and that we're picking up on indirect surveillance are variants that have been already circulating in parts of the country that have already opened up, in parts of the world that have already opened up. So the variants that are being reported in China, the variants that have already circulated within the U.S.
So do we have to get a COVID shot every year? What's the prognosis you guys have got? Or are we post-COVID, it's optional, or we're gonna have to do it like a flu shot?
Yeah, so in terms of COVID vaccinations, I think we are encouraging those who are eligible for COVID vaccination to stay up to date. I think the anticipation is that, and what we are preparing for is to monitor the different variants that are coming out, and that the anticipation is that we will likely need updated boosters and vaccinations, possibly in a similar sense of what we do to flu, annual COVID booster.
So we're not post-COVID totally at all then, in that sense?
Yeah, no, we're not. I think we're, at least in terms of what the division and the department is doing, we still feel like the threat of COVID is still there. We're in a much better place than we were 2 or 3 years ago. But, what is on the horizon, could another variant that causes much more severe illness arise? Certainly that is something that we're on guard for and watching. And I think the surveillance systems that we have in place, especially here, across the country and certainly here too as well, provide us that information to understand where we are.
Across the country, we're supposedly having 60% of the American population with COVID. Does Hawaii mirror that data? Has 60% of us? I know I had it 2 years ago.
Yeah, I would have to get back to you on the exact numbers, but the information that I have seen in terms of serial surveillance, so when they do sampling of blood specimens to see if there's evidence of prior infection or vaccination, at least locally, at least certainly here, it's a very high level of folks that have been either had the infection or been vaccinated. So I think we're in certainly a pretty good place in terms of COVID immunity in the community.
That's encouraging. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Moricall.
Thank you. My question is more about vital records. I know you guys are tasked with a lot of requests for birth certificates, death certificates, and what have you. How are you doing with your staffing? Or is staffing was the issue, I think? Nobody? I'm just wondering
Yes.
if
No, no, good.
you have requests, you have sufficient requests in, and are you able to fill vacancies?
So our, I guess, branch chief, does somebody can speak to it? You want to speak to it? You speak to it, Laura? Okay.
Oh, yes, Lonnie, thank you. You guys are doing a really great job, but the public is just.
Okay, now that you told me we're doing a great job, I'm happy to speak before you.
We want to help
I do,
you.
yeah. Thank you. So Lauren Kim, most of you know me as the policy director and planner, but for about 2 years during the pandemic, I was the acting state registrar. I've handed that off to someone else in my office who is the temporary acting registrar, but my office still supports a lot of their functions. So in terms of recruitment of the office assistants, which are really the bread and butter of grinding out birth, death, and marriage certificates, we have just a couple more pukas. So we're actively recruiting the 1 or 2 I think we have and authorized in last year's budget, so thank you very much. We are desperately trying to fill our professional vacancies, the statisticians, the folks that do some of the move ahead work. And we're also, thanks to the legislature and a $750,000 appropriation, looking to upgrade our 30-year-old system, which is hanging by a thread. And a failure of that system would be catastrophic. So there are many moving pieces. We got through the pandemic and we got through the 1.5-year backlog with the assistance of ARPA funds. We basically threw a small army of temps. We also did some continuous quality improvement, changed some policies, and invested more in the staff because morale was very low because of everything going on. So it's headed in the right direction. We have some we are on guard so we don't slip back. I understand that the wait time is maybe about 4 months now. We got it down to 4 to 6 weeks at one point, but far better than the 1.5 years that that many of your constituents experienced. And I received a call either from the ombudsman or from your staff to see if it can be expedited or assistance could be provided. So we're headed in the right direction. The key is really recruitment, and that's a statewide issue because we rely on qualified applicants. And so it's being fixed, and we just need to make sure we don't slip backwards. But there are many moving parts to make sure that when your constituents ask for a vital record because they need an apostille to leave the country in 6 weeks, that we're able to respond. There are some legislative fixes that I think we can go in to make life easier for everybody. For example, the cost of services, apostilles, for example, we do basically for free. So there are ways that I think that the Vital Records Office could be a little more financially self-sustaining so we can reinvest in ourselves for consultants or quality improvement projects. But we're sort of got our head above water, and we want to make sure that we're swimming towards the destination that we all want to be at.
So your IT system, if it fails, what's the plan?
Well, there are backups, so, but it would take time, and it actually goes down, service goes down for maybe once every 2 weeks for a couple of hours. There is work for the staff to work on, basically paper copies where we're going to the vault and looking up birth certificates from the early 20th century. So we can maintain some productivity even though the system may be down. We do have backups in case it's absolutely catastrophic, but there is universal agreement that we need to bring it into a modern platform. The platform is not even supported. The company that created it is no longer supported, so we need to get cloud backup, all those sorts of relational database technologies. It'll improve our reporting. So there are definitely technology things that we can do, training things that we can do, and policy levers that we can flex, again, to make sure that people can get what they need immediately and that we're accurately reflecting the vital statistics of the state of Hawaii.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And we have paperwork in the planning department in Maui County we call the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, yeah, I get it. But my question is more, I think it was discussed 6 million added for mental health for children and adolescents. I know back when I was a council member, I recall Molokai had one of the highest teenage suicide rates in the nation. So just, is that on the radar? How was this going to be utilized?
So the ask was for $6 million to provide community-based support services, doing more prevention for adolescents and children. I think that we are all paying attention to the news, and we're finding out that the kids have really suffered a whole lot through this pandemic. And just childhood is just not what it used to be. And so we really feel that we need to push out a whole lot more in terms of what are coping skills. How do we get kids to start talking and not just texting? and provide the kind of needed support before these kids get to that acute level where they're in crisis. So that's what that ask would be for.
Okay, Chair, follow up. But will it address the situations such as the, pretty crisis level of Molokai, or, I mean, it is statewide, I'm sure.
Yes, it would be
But it's a
statewide.
very staggering and scary number, if I recall, and I'm sure it has not. Because I have friends who had to go to a funeral every Saturday because someone in their family had committed suicide, and so just how is that breaking down to, I guess, how is it prioritized, the use of the $6 million?
So part of it would be, in terms of making sure that there are community resources available to all communities, particularly for Molokai and Lanai. I will tell you, it's been really tough. Lanai in particular, we might find staff and then they can't get housing. So it's this double-edged sword. I mean, we want to provide services. I know that the staff have been flying in just to make sure that the treatment needs are being met. So, I mean, it's certainly something that we don't want to continue kind of patchworking. We want to have real good treatment and prevention services for our kids.
Good. Well, I appreciate that the discussion is being had. And then, Chair, it's a comment. I went to Europe last May, tested negative to come home. I didn't go anywhere due to jet lag and what have you. Then 3 days later, I tested positive. So I'm thinking these visitors from wherever they're coming from, they may test negative on the way in, but now they're hanging out a week or two, playing, vacationing, and now whatever it was incubating, whatever it does in your system. So, that physically happened to me. And double vax, I had everything under the sun, but still contracted it. So I guess, there's just no, surefire way of making sure that people are, like my case, I'm sure it's happening. So I don't know if there's a solution to something like that, but I guess it is what it is, and every system is different. I have to say, due to the vaccinations, perhaps I wasn't as sick. I was way more sick on just a regular flu than the COVID itself, so thank God for that. But, that's just an example I know that happened to me, and I'm sure is going on. So I don't know if there's a thought to that, or if you are aware that some of these types of statistics probably are out there that.
Yeah, no, what I can say is the more recent variants, certainly that's not an unusual situation where somebody will test negative. And unlike in the beginning of the pandemic where we didn't have, we had the Safe Travels program, we didn't have a lot of travel coming in. We certainly, our travel is really essential to our state. And so I think one of the things I want to stress is one of the core parts of our response at this juncture is really ensuring a highest level of vaccine coverage within the eligible population. That is probably our most efficient way to deal with the pandemic and the COVID and COVID's. So I think that within the last several years, certainly we've enjoyed federal funding for COVID vaccination, but I think it's anticipated to return to pre-pandemic levels in terms of funding for immunization programs. And immunizations are important not only for COVID, but they're also important for things like measles, mumps, pertussis, and certainly in the past several years, we've seen the rates of kids who are not up to date in their childhood vaccinations going into schools, not at the same levels they were prior to the pandemic. So that's one of the areas that we're really focusing on. For the division, it's a really important part of our our effort to deal with COVID is to make sure that we have the highest level of vaccine coverage for COVID, but also across the board for childhood illnesses. And I think that's an area that we really think is important, both for COVID, but also for childhood vaccine preventable illnesses. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Representative Ward, followed by Kobayashi.
Myself.
It's
I want to follow up on the suicide question that Representative Cochran mentioned. Is it not true that now fentanyl is the more recent, largest cause of death, at least in the U.S.? What's the latest on fentanyl in the state of Hawaii? We've heard that there's Big Island, it's popping up on the Big Island. Does anyone have a state bird's eye view of fentanyl? Department of Health? Anyone?
Aloha, Representative Ward. I'm John Valera. I'm Acting Administrator for Alcohol and Drug Abuse Division. We're working with our injury prevention program, which has access to the toxicological data. We've laid out some findings in our annual report to the legislature. So, but it does it's I believe it's when it's combined with other drugs, then there are some ill effects. I guess I don't have the figures in front of me, but if you have,
But you guys
could
are
get
following.
some.
The point is, it's become a national phenomenon in terms of lacing it with marijuana, lacing it with other things, and just small amounts, 10 grams can knock you bonkers, I mean, dead. I would think that you would have something tracing that specifically, if it's gonna be increasingly so. Are you in touch with the Big Island guys that supposedly have seen the shipments coming in?
We do have, as part of our Hawaii Opioid Initiative, a law enforcement work group, and so we've been in touch with the different police chiefs and who've reported the situations there. I think they've used naloxone to try to reverse some of those overdose effects to try to save lives. But because of the fentanyl, because several drugs are involved, it may take more than one dose in order to reverse the effects. And so this is something that we're trying to get a better handle on and increase surveillance on. So it's sort of a developing story for us, and we're trying to get.
Is there any nexus with suicides?
I'll have to look into that and try to get back with you.
Very good, thank you. It's not gonna go away, and I think as much as you can pay attention to it and follow it, I guess it's coming through the mail more than anything else. I said shipping, it's more the UPS or the USPS that's doing it. Thank you.
Yes, and we've seen the HIDA reports where they've reported increases in fentanyl overdoses.
Scary. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Kobayashi, followed by Popoy.
I just wanted to make a comment, because this, of course, affects your boss, the governor. I think the long-term effort by Department of Health would be to educate the governor and to push him more in the direction of public health. The governor has, throughout his political career, been heavily focused on acute care medicine, EMS, services provided by MDs. But, stuff like HTH 907 or beds for DD people in the communities, sort of like, get secondary priority. And I think that education effort is something that you should be aware of. And it might help overall in the funding and balancing of programs. within the department.
Thank you, Representative. We certainly welcome all the support we can get for public health. I appreciate the opportunity for the governor to put me in this position to hopefully have his confidence in me and in order to advocate and champion for public health. So I look forward to his support as I try to advance the interest of the Department of Health in supporting the public health of our community.
Okay, thank you, Representative Poypoy.
Thank you, Chair. So I had a question about the Molokai office and the Lahaina Comp office. I know that sometimes connectivity to the telecommunications and meetings with the statewide group is sometimes difficult for these offices. And I'm sorry if I missed it in the testimony, but are there any plans to upgrade the telecommunication system to allow them to better connect to, you know, your statewide meetings and other?
I apologize. We don't have the answer to that. I'll be
Okay.
happy to get an answer and get back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there we go.
Oh, we have an answer.
So as Dr. Fink said, I'm at least not aware of an active project to upgrade the telecommunications infrastructure. But I just lost a staff person. This staff person left. She was the state telehealth coordinator. And she will be the federal project officer for all the broadband money coming down. And if the pandemic has revealed anything, it was that it was a silver lining for telehealth. Everyone got used to it, but it was the bottleneck was broadband. So the broadband HUI is actively under UH and Bert Love from DBED. And now we have a brand new federal project officer for the broadband funds, looking at where telecommunications infrastructure is insufficient. And there's tons of small projects out there, like the library is now loaning hotspots out so that you can facilitate telehealth services. So broadband, I think, is an emerging strategic realization that our entire country sort of lived through and experienced. So there are funds that I hope will be able to help your constituents if and when the broadband folks identify that they're a community of need. So
Thank
there
you.
are resources.
Yeah, and it was more for your staff in the offices to have connectivity from these other, you know, sites to the main office, unlike Microsoft meetings or.
I'll take that back and
Okay.
discuss it with our chief information officer in the
Okay,
department
thank
and
you.
see if we can get back with you.
Okay, thank you. Members, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for having to step out. Did anyone ask about the vacancy situation yet?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fink, this may be one of those phone a friend questions, but first of all, congratulations on your appointment and for your willingness to come back to the public sector.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm taking a look at Table 11, and this is something I'm personally interested in. Prior to becoming a member of the legislature, I was most recently the Deputy Director at DHERD, and I had countless hours of conversations with the Deputy Director for Administration there about some of the challenges that are unique to the Department of Health. I know, this isn't just the Department of Health here locally, but I know nationwide, departments have dealt with issues like burnout, as many of your staff have worked, hundreds of hours per week, doing their part to try to keep the community safe. So I do appreciate all that. Just wanted to make sure I'm understanding your chart correctly. Some of the departments basically ranked each of the positions by priority, like 1 through 200, whatever. But yours is listed, it looks like 1 through 5. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly that priority number 1 is your top priorities. Is that how to interpret this?
I will phone a friend. I'm in HR. Who do we got?
Yeah.
Janice? Oh, it is.
Yes. I'm shocked.
Yes, priority, yes, yes.
So we did a 5-point scale, 1 being the highest priority.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also on expected fill date, some of them are listed as ASAP. Does that mean that conditional offers have already been extended? Or is this something you wish to fill ASAP?
It's a combination of both. We do have some.
Sorry, can you come up to the microphone, please?
Thank you.
ASAP.
Good question.
Okay.
Good afternoon, I'm Janice Marita, I'm the Chief ASO for DOH. Yes, as far as the ASAP, there are some positions that are actually in the process of being filled. What we also do have what you would consider a wish list, things that we'd like to fill as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate all of you coming in today and being here to answer our questions. We look forward again, as we always do, to work with you going forward. Thank you very much, members. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we are adjourned.